What was his name?
I'm not sure.
What was the rumor?
The rumor was, and I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I've talked about this before. They had a rumor that there was an Asian kid, right? And this is after, because we got a Latino kid. We got a Latino kid.
Yeah.
Named,
Not a family, just one kid.
Congratulations.
One guy. Nicholas was his name, and he had a little bit of light facial hair.
Nicholas,
Everybody was fired up about that.
Fired.
There was a lot of rumors and stuff going around about that.
Yeah.
Because people had never seen that on children. You know, it was like,
Would be light hair on the face?
yeah, like this.
Yeah.
People were like, he's trying to grow a sideburn on his chin.
Yeah. So anyway, so the rumor of the Asian though, you heard a rumor.
Yeah, they had a rumor that there was an Asian boy in Slidell, Louisiana, which was probably about 17 miles away. And so we had to get over there.
Yeah.
You know, we were fired up, and we thought about it for a couple weeks, and then we started. Me and two of my buddies cut grass. Man, this kid Danny, who was a good friend of mine, and he had a couple of different deficiencies, but he's doing okay now. You know, and we raised up some money, saved up some money over about 2 months. And then we caught a taxi over there.
Yeah.
And we went to this place where they were supposed to have, this Asian boy, Chet. I want to say the name was Chet. I'm trying to think. I'll have to text somebody.
Probably Chang.
Does that sound? No.
Chang.
Chang.
Yeah. So Chet.
Chet, I think.
Right.
Does that sound?
Do you ever see him?
Does that sound possible?
No, it doesn't sound.
It sounds.
It doesn't sound plausible.
It does. It does.
It doesn't sound plausible because I've never met an Asian guy named Chet.
Yeah, there are in Southeast Asia.
There you go.
It's either I think it's either Thai or.
Oh well, then you're
Chetmate, bruh. Chetmate.
The rumor.
So we got there and he wasn't there. It was a.
It wasn't there.
It wasn't.
Actually,
He wasn't there.
the name is from the city of Chester, England.
So probably no.
Probably no.
Yeah.
And we went there and it was just like a laundromat. Somebody had opened up like a new laundromat or like a cleaning, like a
Right. But
clothiers.
there was no. Was it an Asian run laundromat?
I don't know. That could have been maybe somehow that got diffused by the time it got to us.
Right.
You know. After that, I guess I kind of gave up on it after the
Chet.
after the no show of Chet.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go to Snow White then. Can we go to Snow White?
No,
Let's move over there.
Yeah.
Name one of the dwarves.
Oh, Slampy.
Slampy.
Slampy's a food. I think.
It is.
Yeah.
No,
What's another one? Scampi.
Dipsy?
Nope.
No.
Sippy.
Nope.
Sippy is an alcoholic.
Oh, it is? Oh. Was one of them alcoholic? One of them drank a lot.
One of them did drink a lot, actually. And he
There
always
was
had bubbles
Sleepy,
coming out of him.
Sneezy, Doc. There
Dopey.
Was
Dopey.
Oh, maybe Dopey.
That's what I was meaning, Dopey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had who else?
Slampy.
Slanty.
They didn't have
Slanty.
Slanty.
They didn't?
That was the Asian version of the
Oh,
song.
my bad, man. Yeah, I've seen some bootleg versions. Too.
Yeah.
Just 7 slanties.
That was the Slanty. No, that was Chinky Slanty. Nippy.
Nippy.
Gookie. Yeah.
Finger trappy.
It's two doors stuck together. Trap. Two doors just stuck.
Yeah.
I don't remember all
Small
the different
Dicky.
names.
Small Dicky was a good one. That was my favorite one. Small Dicky. Yeah.
This is great.
That's great. That was a great version of it.
Yeah.
But do you think a lot of people's dick grows as they
All
age?
right.
When do you think a guy's dick stops growing?
I bet probably in their 60s or 70s or 80s.
That's false.
You think? Can you look that up, please? Do you mind, sir?
But however, I did see a change. When I dated a guy in high school, his dick was much bigger when I saw him again years after.
Oh,
teenage,
wow.
Yeah.
Who's seeing guys' dicks in it? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's pretty cool.
Whose dick did you see, babe?
Julio, our dog.
Oh, okay.
His dick's always out.
Was it?
Yeah.
What's wrong? He doesn't have like a cap on it?
He has a cap on it. It's just not a tight cap.
Oh, yeah, you got to tighten that for his cat.
So
If I wanna
anyway,
let my dog run around
by
with
the
a
time
fucking-
you reach 18 or 19 years old, your penis isn't likely to grow much longer or thicker.
Bullshit, bro. I'm thinking about getting a dick reduction.
Dang.
that's not even true, dude.
Yeah, I am.
Damn,
Really?
bro.
Yeah.
Is it big?
It's pretty. It's definitely. It's growing.
Well, it's because you haven't masturbated in like 90 days or something.
No. It was growing before that.
It's fluid. It's cum juice.
I don't know what it is, man,
Maybe
but
you
it
have
better.
elephantitis.
It better hear me now and get its act together.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah.
that's why I raised my voice.
Yeah, my dick has been like that's. I guess since 18, 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max.
18, 19.
Yeah, but I never looked at my dick and went, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Right. I said hi, and then, you know what I mean? Good
A
night.
dick is so dumb, I think. It's like, oh, what is it, huh? Oh, again, this dick. You know? Whatever. Get in these pants and
The
shit.
whole idea of having sex and procreation and what your dick is there for, it dictates so much of your fucking life in decision making.
Yeah.
I almost wish that it was just an issue.
Yeah. Mail your dick to Africa, dude. That's what I would do. Feed a couple of starving families. Or feed a starving or 2 kids that are splitting a
One kid.
snack after a game.
One kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And snack, that's it.
One kid.
It's not a
or
meal.
just- yeah.
Yeah. It's like a bag of, like, you know,
Trail
it's like
mix?
a dip. Yeah, like dip. Yeah, it's like
Merienda.
dip. Oh, you want to grind it down? Yeah, grind my dick down. Yeah.
You ever been peed on?
Oh yeah.
Are you into that
No.
at all?
Yeah, I opened my mouth and everything.
Like you are.
Yeah, I opened my
you
mouth
sure
and
you
everything.
weren't into it?
That's a warning sign of being into.
I've been peed on.
Yeah. No, this girl did it, I went, I didn't, because she was so hot. I was like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I totally get that.
Yeah, so I'll try.
Well, I knew a girl. She used to say, "Serve me up some of that hot coffee." She would say.
Right.
I'm not joking.
Did she want it on her face or just her body?
I think she was trying to do it like for medicinal. She was like trying to get the medicinal values out.
Like Marquez, the boxer, who knocked out Manny Pacquiao.
Really?
He drinks it.
He drinks his own. How much does he have a week?
I'm not sure, but I think it's a daily consumption.
I wouldn't have that much.
Remember that video, 2 girls and 1 cup?
I don't
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about that. I remember.
I remember the first time we had a conversation, you were talking to somebody about being a kid and playing gay chicken.
Oh yeah. You know, when I was young, we used to play this game called Gay Chicken. They called it. I didn't name the game, but I was, you know, the game existed, and then I existed.
Was it your uncle? Was it a
But-
neighbor?
Well, the game was you and a buddy, you'd grab each other's wiener.
Right.
Penis, they called it.
In those days.
Some of you guys call it penis. But yeah, you'd grab it, and the first person to get an erection lost the game.
Right.
So it's like arm wrestling for
the stupidest fucking game.
No, it's not.
No.
Simple.
I mean, it is.
Did you
what
win?
it
Did you
is,
ever
dude.
win, or did you
Huh?
lose? Did you lose a lot, or did you win a lot?
Oh, I did real well one season.
What is the gay chicken season? What does that go from?
It's
is it-
more of a win. It's more, I would say it's an autumn game.
Yeah.
I would say it's kind of.
Well, that's
runs-
what I think. I can see it now. All the leaves changing colors, and just the 2 of you. What, do you play with neighbors or the teams?
No,
or?
you just got. I mean, we only had about 7 guys that played in our little bracket or whatever, but they had.
You know what's weird? You know what's interesting? You have 7 guys in your bracket, yet it's a 2-man game.
Yeah.
And so there's an odd number.
Oh yeah.
Does it have to be 2-man? Can't you like do it in a circle?
Oh come on, lady.
No.
You check any Native American's car, you always find gin and femurs or something. You know, they love. They keep the dead with them a lot of times. I almost knocked this. Unfortunately, almost knocked this young lady up that was from South Dakota. And she lived on a reservation, yeah. And she like threatened to have the baby.
Damn, how old were you?
37 this year. It was this year. And she wouldn't even be cool. She wouldn't. She threatened to have the baby, dude. And I just met her at a motel. And she threatened to have a baby, man. And so that's.
Where, how'd you meet?
I met her on Snapchat.
You did?
Yeah, and then I met her in person in a motel only hours later. Wow. And
Went down like that, huh?
yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And it was definitely. So I don't recommend that kind of stuff. I don't
Yeah.
recommend making love to people off of Snapchat. But they're whatever.
How'd you
protected
talk her out
zone.
of it? How'd you talk her
She
out of
came
it?
out. She just said immediately, she's like, if I have this baby, I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I'm having it.
What?
And I was like, Jesus Christ.
What did that make? Were you like, did you
I
have
was
a
so
panic
scared.
attack, man?
Well, part of I had a ton of things. I had.
Yeah.
Let me think about what I had.
Celebrate it.
It makes me feel like they can see that I'm weak or something. Like, are they? They're gonna know something about. I can't really. I haven't put my finger on it exactly what it is. But if somebody helps me, even if they're being helpful, it's
Right.
like, man, it just. I have an adverse reaction to it.
I worked out today for the first time in a month.
Oh yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
I was gone for like 3 weeks, and then the first week that I was back, I was just avoiding it. And then I finally went in today and worked out, and it felt so unnatural and just. I was dreading it. I had anxiety before I walked out of the house, even though I've been to this gym like hundreds of times. I have a trainer. I would not have done it if I didn't have a trainer.
Yeah.
And
They help out.
It's such a weird feeling to have your brain working against you in such an extreme way. Because I've just been smoking cigarettes, eating fast food. I haven't been like partying. I only drank like once or twice over the course of the
Eating
past
sweet
month.
tarts. You eat any candies or not?
Oh yeah, donuts, late night donuts, 1 a.m. donuts.
Dude, I had fucking 6 Oreos last night.
6
This
Oreos.
lady brought over a 36-pack of Oreos.
This lady, what kind of lady are we talking about?
Dude, a lady that's not going to come back over if she keeps bringing over those sugar levels, man. I can't handle that.
Bro, 6 Oreos is nothing though. 6 Oreos is such a reasonable snack because for me, if a girl really did come over with a whole thing of Oreos, there's a good chance I'm gonna eat every single Oreo in that thing.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. I can't be living like that. If somebody's bringing something around me, because I'll give into it, then I'm up all night, and then I just get real nervous, you know.
The sugar would have you up all night?
Yeah, that sugar could keep me up.
Really? After all that cocaine, sugar will still do it?
Oh, dude. Bro, look, one time I worked on a pilot set on a TV pilot about 8 months ago, and they had fake cocaine, B12 out there.
Really?
I probably did 6 grams of it.
You were really snorting it?
Yeah. Dude, I was off to the side just practicing, bro.
For the movie?
In case I come
or
off the
just-
sidelines,
You're starting
you
to feel
me?
good. B12's supposed to feel
dude,
good,
yeah,
right?
Look, bro, I felt great, man.
Wow. I had a friend we were in Vegas one time, and he bought $500 worth of coke, and it was fake, and he did it anyway.
Yeah.
And he was, I don't know what the fuck he thought he was getting out of it, but he did the whole sack.
That's like Mexico. We bought a bunch of wet coke and still just shoved it up our fucking noses, bro.
It was wet.
It was.
Wow. One time I was getting head, and I lined the fucking line up on my dick for the girl to snort.
Oh, yeah.
But the coke got moist, and she wasn't able to do it. And then I had to take like a fucking paper towel and like wipe it off my dick. Dark days.
Dude, one time a friend of mine got a blowjob from Jennifer Capriati on top of a restaurant in West Hollywood.
I don't know who that is. The famous person?
Nah.
Oh.
And while it
Just a
was
person?
happening, while it was happening, he stepped on a glass skylight and fell through into the kitchen.
While getting head.
Isn't that awesome, bro? I mean, it's awesome, and it's also it's not awesome as well.
Imagine just falling into a kitchen with your dick out.
Dude, imagine fixing up a bouillabaisse and a fucking white dude drops through.
Preparing a charcuterie board. Boom! Just penis out, half erect.
Yeah, bro. You just imagine you're struggling to open a jar of capers, and a fucking big white dude falls through with his wank hanging
Dick
out,
out.
man.
I was in a hotel. Somebody set it on fire, right?
It's always a good sign.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what like religion you are, but yeah, some religions maybe. But so I'm there, and the firemen are coming up, bro. And I just, I just got into my room from the shows. It's cold outside. I got a fucking big sandwich, bro. I'm sitting there on the bed. If I die, I die. You know what I'm saying? I'm not fucking leaving the hotel room, And there's literally police officers beating, or whatever it is, fire police or whatever, people with the axe, I think it was a black guy, honestly, bro. He sounded black. I'm not saying that, but, and look, I would rather a black fireman. I believe a black guy could beat fire. I don't know what your paper, rock, scissors chart is, but I believe if you go brother fire, bro, I'll fucking put a brother over fire,
Bro,
man.
brothers don't like fires. You know what I'm saying? It's in their DNA. They don't like when they get chased for years with fire. They just don't like it. A black fireman shows up, that fire is going down.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Lightning is done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Brothers don't like fire. Them brothers and Frankenstein, they never like fire. People chased them motherfuckers for years with fire.
Yeah, dude. So I knew when I
we'll be canceled by Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? What are we gonna do?
They win, dude. Dude, I got jumped one time after a football game by 5 black dudes. I don't know if you ever fought 5 black dudes at night. Just imagine you're fighting 5 black dudes, right? Now close your eyes. Now how many black dudes are you fighting? As many as your imagination can hold. Made me sad, not surprised also. He seemed like somebody when I was young that was going to kill somebody.
Just like a violent temper, or just like kind of standoffish and weird?
Violence.
Violence.
He liked violence. Did he laugh at violence? Like violent videos and things like that? Did he watch a lot of murder shows on Netflix? What was his Netflix queue like?
We just watched 2 Wiggers chuckle to a fucking bombing somewhere in the Midwest.
I didn't choose that clip, by the way.
Yeah, how many people died in that explosion that you just laughed at?
But
the commentary was great. You know?
That's true, man.
What about this video? Just react as you normally would. How
Okay.
how do you feel when you see this?
Ooh.
He's laughing too. You guys are both psychos. You guys are both animals. Look at you two. Unreal.
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
Good sense of humor. Check.
Guys. Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
bro.
This is crazy.
But who are you at the end there? Are you the guy who goes to help him, or are you the guy in the red
I'm this
shirt?
guy. I was like, what happened?
The level of concern.
And then moments later, I walk away.
What happened?
That's me. Ready? And action. I got to get a fucking sandwich.
Yeah. He's more annoyed that his day is ruined. He's like, oh, I gotta clean this fucking body up.
Best
now.
clip ever. This is our best clip ever. Oh, can we play?
I think I was a wimp though. We're related really with like redneck culture or anything like that, but we just grew up in like kind of like a rural white area kind of. So you get a lot of like, you know, people just been in the rule like
y'all hunting, y'all get in the back of each other's pickup trucks and quads at 3 a.m. drinking
No.
beer, shooting guns down there.
No.
Oh, you're not.
We
rural,
had
rural.
like a lady down the street that was we had a lady down the street that would do substitute teaching. She was a substitute teacher, and she was like banging like a couple of the kids, and they were like also like mechanics, and then one of them would like get drunk and chase us around the church like field in his car, like in a sedan.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah. I feel like-
I mean, not exact, like not. I guess like different than what you're saying exactly.
So, okay,
That's
but
a little different from the quad.
Yeah, but also like.
But it's
like,
a lot of. It's kind of. It's almost like hunting, really. Somebody's getting molested. Somebody's hunting.
Yeah, all right.
There's a lot of like. There's some discrepancy, but you know, a lot of.
Was that the same guy that made you look at his ball from episode?
No, dude, we had this one guy. He used to give us maybe $4 or something, and he'd to look in his ass, bro. And he'd walk about like 20 feet off and hold his ass open. As long as we looked, we got the money. So just shit like that, just
did he have
bored
a
people.
partner? Did he
you
have
know?
who made sure you looked? How could he?
Who made sure you got paid? That's
He
what
knew.
I want to know.
He gave the money first.
Okay, gotcha. Because
Yeah.
that would be a shitty deal.
At a certain point, you were kind of grandfathered in. If he knew you were going to look, you kind of got the money up front.
Your grandfather did.
Well, we live by a rest area, dude. A lot of like gay men would meet up back there and make out. Man, I think about that kind of stuff. Like if a plane crashed, I already know I'm planned ahead, dude. I'd eat a Vietnamese guy.
Why?
Because that's easy. It's a starter move. If you attack somebody bigger, if you eat somebody bigger in front of other people, it's going to alarm people. But you
got to eat a small person, so stature is important.
I think if you gum down a Viet, people aren't going to be that upset at you.
Well, the Vietnamese people are going to be super upset. What are you talking about?
No, they're
Somebody's
okay.
dad.
Yeah, they're more understanding of things, dude.
Is this a character you're playing?
No. But if you eat you eat a black lady and her family's there, they're going to be pissed.
So you think a Vietnamese person will let you slide?
I think that they'd be much more forgiving over a couple of day period.
I think,
their relatives.
modernized ones. But what is interesting is like Vietnam is one of the few places where Americans can go back to Vietnam and they don't seem to hold any grudge at all.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A, man, honestly. Well, Asian people in general are just much more forgiving and understanding, it seems like. I feel like. I don't have much.
I think that's a giant generalization.
It probably is, you know. I mean, I did a fast for like 4 days, and then I was at the Best Buy, and I remember this Vietnamese guy was trying to help me out, and I couldn't even hear him. I was so hungry, and I couldn't.
You did a fast for 4 days?
Oh, dude, yeah.
What were you trying to prove?
I don't know, man. I was probably just dealing with some stuff, and I was just trying to find a different way to handle it, you know.
Right.
And then I remember this Vietnamese guy, and I remember thinking if everybody turned the other way for a second, I could eat this young fella. You know, Ben. His name was Ben, actually, over there in Westwood. I'd never thought.
Oh my God, it's so ridiculous.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing: I'd never thought that before.
So you only thought you got to the verge of cannibalism after just 4 days?
Yeah.
Damn. How much weight did you lose?
I probably lost about 4 pounds, but pounds I needed too. You know? But I got clear, man. I could hear. Swear to God, y'all could hear somebody fold a piece of bread from 80 feet away, bro. I was so hungry, dude. I could hear a fucking skittle hit the cement across the street. Hit your hand. That's a straight up. That's a Confederate soldier jerking off. That's the
old-fashioned jerking off.
The new thing is just shaft only. Nobody's fucking with their balls anymore. You know, dude. When I was growing up, we couldn't even get porn. We had to get this dude Nick on Friday would draw us a picture of some pussy. You know, a little bit of crotch for the weekend. $4 to this dude Nick.
$4 for drawings,
bro. You'd pay $8. And he had a nice fucking thing, bro. And you would fold that thing up, bro. You could feel it heating in your butt pocket the whole way on the bus. Sometimes you'd even
was that good? The pictures were that good?
He was so
you would jerk
good.
off to this guy's drawings?
Oh, everybody would. He must have made probably $60 on a Friday. And this was in 1995, you know?
That was $60, like $160 today.
Oh, yeah. Think about that.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, dude, and we'd come back on Monday and people would have like these fucking busted ass looking all sketches, rain on them. People was like, oh, this one got rain on it. Like, bro, that's some that rain has your fucking kids in it. You're lying about that.
What percentage do you think of the internet is dedicated to porn? All internet traffic.
Everything.
But
bro, I can't go on anything. I looked at a chair the other day.
35%. 35% of the internet traffic is porn. That's what I want to say. What do you want to say?
Yep, I would say that.
If you had a guess.
Ooh, that's high, I think.
Think it's high?
Well, it's easy for. I'm going to go 30 because I'm going to play that undercard, and I'm going to say that 25% of that is butt porn, butt pornography. People looking inside of each other's butts.
Maybe I should have done something a little bit more social, but that is not. I'd rather be in a box than in a club. Like that would feel so uncomfortable there. Like a New Year's Eve like club, like that's not me at all.
Well, you don't see in a club too. They show you the picture. You don't see people getting fucking molested in the background and people, you know. But at least light a candle or something for your lady. Do you do anything?
Oh well, yeah. Well, Joey's gonna make fun of me. We went away the weekend before. We went to Long Beach. As funny as it sounds.
Took a trip to Long Beach, dude.
I don't know.
Probably to pick up rent, right?
This is amazing. This is just amazing.
So anyway, bro, I can't even get what that was it. You took your girl to a fucking Long
No, she took me. She took me.
Jesus Christ, bro.
But then we just decided to come home because it was raining.
Because it was raining.
Yeah, what are we gonna sit in someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down in Long Beach when I have a nicer apartment up here?
Bro, what the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried, and I keep
It sounds like
losing
The
them. I'm
Notebook.
losing them by the month.
It sounds like The Notebook
sit
for
here
two
and I
people
go,
on
this
Down
is-
syndrome.
No,
bro.
this was something that when he told me, I go, what? Now, when he told me, I thought they were going to leave Friday night, go to a hotel like normal Americans, right?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, get a little room service, gives her a stabbing.
Yeah.
Take a walk down, come back, smoke a joint, eat a Star. Maybe about 6, take it to a nice fucking restaurant. 6, 7 o'clock sitting, dog. So you're out of there by 9:30. You take it back to the apartment, give it straight up, eat 3 more Stars, and watch some stupid movie. I thought that's what he was doing.
America.
I got a call from him Thursday at lunchtime. So yeah, we're about to leave. I go, leave where? Long Beach. I almost shot myself in the somebody. There's a couple people Ari hangs out with that there's a broad Ari hangs out with, not date like love wise, but they're friends. She sells her underwears, her socks. She makes a living.
Yeah.
Of selling her bras, her underwear. Somebody takes her bra and snips her fucking bra.
Some dude, bro, or even a woman or a kid.
I don't. You cannot get mad at a woman for doing that. I can't.
Dude, they had this dude in college named Gnome, right? Everybody called him Gnome, this dude.
Oh,
he was like little, but he wasn't like a little person, you know? He was just outside of that, you know? It's like a fucking...
He just barely made it?
Just rocking that cusp, you know?
5'1"
Like he
and a
could have been
half.
a lifeguard at like a midget-only pool, you know? Like he was just... But also where you had to also be little to work at the place. So like he was just like above And he, anytime he'd hook up with a chick, he would wear their underwear around his neck. It was like his thing, right? And he'd do that all summer. By the end of summer, this dude would be running around looking like like he just robbed a bank in the Wild West. He'd have like 9 pairs of fucking women's underwear around his neck, you know?
What? He wouldn't take them off?
Not for the summer. Now in the winter, he was you could see his neck. He was natural in the winter. But fucking Joey's ordering pizzas over here. Joey's fucking customizing a lasagna here on this new Happy Guy. But dude, I didn't get to the story. So what happened was...
Sorry, I'm very sorry to interrupt. The other day I was at Denny's sitting next to her, and she was playing with her fucking Barbie doll with 2 little shoes on, and the shoes kept falling off. I go, Mercy, do me a favor, give me the fucking shoes. We walk into Denny's, and sure enough, Daddy, her shoe fell off. I knew the fucking shoe was gonna fall off. I fucking knew it. It's been falling off all fucking morning. So I go, sit off over here and don't move. So I go outside, there's the shoe in the middle of the fucking driveway. A car drove over it. Poor Barbie's shoes all fucked up. Now I gotta bring it into and sell it to her. I gotta put it back on the foot. The shoe was so fucked up, Barbie was limping. So we're sitting there minding our own business, and who walks in out of all the seats? Now the fucking place is empty. They got me waiting there because my wife went back to the fucking car, to the house, because she forgot that if she locked the door.
CeeLo? Who walked in? CeeLo?
No, CeeLo. I would, if CeeLo walked, if I walked in that fucking Denny's, I saw. Were you with me when we saw what's his name in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were with me when we saw.
Who was it? The guy with the braids?
Home Improvement.
Oh, Tim Allen.
He goes there all the time.
Wow.
That's a swinging Denny's over there.
Yeah.
I just don't go in there at night because you're born to get shot. You go in after night. When you go to a Denny's, you might as well go to a Vegas to a country concert.
Bro, look.
When you go to Denny's after 10 nowadays, you might as well sign up for the next country fucking concert and fucking whatever. Stand real close to the window and wave this time.
Dude, Bro, I used to do this bit about Denny's and how much I hated Denny's, right?
It's on your special.
It's on my special, right? So anyway, I was like, I wish somebody would shoot up a fucking Denny's, right? That's what I would say. Dude, some kid puts in the comments, he goes, man, he puts a link to a YouTube clip. He goes, man, my dad actually got shot up at a fucking Denny's. He goes, somebody walked in with a gun and shot everybody in the place.
1 star.
He goes, but I still love this bit that you do. And that was beautiful, bruh. Here I am joking about it. He said it really happened. He lost his father right next to a fucking grill, bro. Right next to a griddle. You know what? You got, 2 brothers back there fucking sword fighting with spatulas, probably hopped up on fucking methamphetamines, not knowing they're gonna lose their job to the fucking Mexican guy sitting at the bar, Unbelievable, man. But that's God, dude. That kid came and he was just positive, man.
There's a couple places where I go late night, and I'm like one night, me, Lee, and Becky went to Denny's on a fucking Sunday night after a podcast, and we were having a good time. But the whole time I was like squatting under the bush by that window, because the window is on Burbank Boulevard. I want to be a Crip. All right, shoot up at Denny's. I'm sitting there having fucking a salad and something with my friend here, and all of a sudden, and Becky's sitting counterclockwise, so she gets it right in the head. We got to bury Becky with a hat on, with a 10 planet fucking.
With a hat on.
With a chef hat on, a la Josh Wolf. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you would look good in a chef hat.
You don't think I'm fucking scared? You see me? How many nights we leave here dying of hunger, you and I? 1 in the morning sometimes, me and him, he's cross-eyed.
Yeah.
This guy, at 2 in the morning, if I go, Lee, listen, I got a sandwich coming over here, just jiggle my balls. I guarantee I'll confuse him for 10 minutes. He'll be sitting there confused. I don't know, all I got to do is jiggle his balls. I'll wash my hands. I've done worse. I got a hand job from a Chinese chick one time.
Dude, I remember this dude used to fucking...
So who gives a fuck, really?
Oh, my God.
Oh my God, this fart is tremendous. This is the...
Bro, they had a guy used to tell us, right? He'd give you $30 just to tell you he'd been jerking off, this older dude.
What?
I remember when I was young. He used to say that. I'd be like, look, I'm going to tell you something, all right? And we'd be like, all right. And he'd say, I've been jerking off.
Give me $30.
No, and then he would give us $30 to keep quiet. Because we were children, but he wasn't supposed to be saying it to us.
Oh, he paid you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not paying him for him to tell me that shit, dude. I don't give a fuck. I assumed that when I met him.
Oh my god.
But here was the thing, though. I never even got to this, dude. Was that so? My sister, one time, we lived together for a while, right? And this is probably about 8 years ago. They had this other dancer that worked with her came over to our place, right? Stole our vacuum. Right? She was on these Klonopins and everything, and then she got all fucking, warm under the skin one night on them pills and fucking stole our vacuum.
Dude, as you do.
I wasn't there when she stole it, but literally I could picture her probably trying to put it in her fucking purse, like the stick end in the purse and the fucking huge vacuum hanging out, right? Oh. Dude, fast forward. Year and a half, right? I'm not even living with my sister anymore. I'm in New Orleans for a bachelorette party or somewhere, or Baton Rouge somewhere, or a bachelor party. They got a big fucking money deal, right? They wheel in one of those cakes where the women pop out, like the fake cake, and they pop out and they dance, right? One of the chicks that pops out is the fucking bitch that stole my vacuum, bro, right? So everybody else, I have no idea. I totally forgot about this.
Like, fuck you, bitch.
Oh, everybody else is tipping these bitches and fucking, shaking both of their ass cheeks at the same time, with each hand, like they're, like doing it really fast.
Vote for me.
Yeah, like vote for me with both hands.
Yeah, vote for me.
And here I am in the background, and all I can think is that bitch stole my fucking vacuum, dude. Bro, I had half of a nerve to just the whole time just make vacuum sounds in the back, just like. I was so pissed, bro.
What'd she do when she saw you?
Huh?
What did she do when she?
She acted like she didn't know, and that's the thing I don't like about people, I guess, that steal vacuums is when they see you, they act like you don't fucking remember. Like I'm not gonna remember you stole a vacuum from. I wasn't on Klonopins. I wasn't on Somas.
How do you get away with a vacuum? Like, doesn't someone, if I was in an apartment building and I saw someone who was on like Klonopins with a vacuum just running down the stairs, bless you.
Well, it's half of America. It's half of the neighborhood around here probably is on Klonopins.
What can they give you for a fucking vacuum? I mean, if you came over my house with a vacuum, what can I give you? The small 15?
I was gonna say at least 30.
That's like I don't know. What if it goes kaput after they go down the block? I'm no fucking vacuum mechanic, but I know that there's a little fucking belt in there, and when you hit something fucked up, the belt breaks. Like I used to have a Kirby vacuum, and they come with a package as a belt. I couldn't do it. This is a handsome guy. If I looked like him, I'd be having threesomes every night.
Oh man,
1 8-ball. Every hour on the hour from 10 to 12.
Oh, dude. Drop
it off in the fucking mail slot. You know what I'm saying?
I beat my own asshole.
Hold on to the dog. I don't want to meet the 8-ball. It'd be that type of party. What else, dog? Anything else you want to drop?
Not much, man. I just love you.
Look at Lee's.
I love you and I appreciate you. I got to scoot too.
Look at this fucking beauty right here. Look at this. Look at this animale. 89? No,
89? I don't know.
And look at the guy playing the air drums, and Lee just panics. Look at it.
That's Lee panicking right there.
No, not yet.
He can't handle it.
Not yet. Not yet. He's moving around. He's fidgeting.
Oh my God, Lee's
He takes a breath of fresh air.
He bumped him. Oh, Lee, man.
Look at poor Lee again. Now he's coming to kind of. He looks at the eye.
Every time I see you make my day, Lee.
Yeah. But I would probably get lonesome. You guys have each other, and then I feel like I would get lonesome, and I would probably have to leave and go do my own camp at some point.
No, that's negative.
Do you think that in this survival, when you're faced with survival, that how many times in a month are you jerking off?
Never.
Yeah, I wouldn't jerk off all of my
At all.
I would save everything unless it, things got really dire. Then I would jerk off for someone else, but I'm not jerking off for myself.
Food source, or
I wouldn't call it food. I would say vitamins.
Would we get so desperate for calories that you would eat each other's cum?
That's what
Whoa. He said vitamins. He said
easy, bro.
He said good and plenty.
Dude.
Does cum,
and I'm not eating any regional semen, man.
but does cum have protein?
Like some people say like 9 calories exactly, right? What is it?
Bro, I would rather Just suck my thumb and hope for the best, man.
Or what about this? What if I use my cum as a glaze?
Quit
As a
saying
glaze.
it.
As a
A
glaze.
demi-glace.
Like I make a salmon.
Oh my!
And I put a little
God.
cum glaze.
I missed the old place before you guys started doing it in this cutthroat garage.
Yeah.
You know, I knew dude. I mean, you know, I grew up around some fucking real crazy poor white people. You know, the dude no arm. They had a dude in our town, no arms, used to fucking fight everybody. You know that dude. You know what I'm saying? He'd get you in that lurch. He would catch you with between his chin and his chest. He would fucking snack you like a snake.
We were talking about this dude.
His boy Gert was his name, and he would just get you like that, bruh, and he'd choke you down.
He had no arms.
No arms at all, and he'd fight anybody, dude. And he would choke you. He would.
So if you went to punch him, how would he block?
Oh, bro, he'd spin out of it. He'd spin, he'd duck, he'd dodge. The dude had. I mean, he just.
And would he catch your hand with his neck?
Huh?
Would he catch your?
Oh, he would just lurch at you. And bro, the thing is, here was the.
Oh, you know what? If he hits you with that shoulder, you're going down.
Yeah, part of it. The big move was that choke. He would catch you like this.
Where would he catch you? Your hand?
In your neck. He would catch you neck to neck.
That's fucking crazy.
Oh, once he got you neck to neck, Gert Yuva, the whole family was fucking.
He could choke you out.
Psychos, bro. Brother had sharpened half of his teeth on one side of his mouth, dude. These people would fuck you up. One of the kids was in a wheelchair, they never taught him to walk, I think. I don't even think he was crippled. They just never taught him to walk. And so the other brother would carry him on his back everywhere, like a backpack, dude. Okay, you just got to monitor what's going on. Because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
Fuck
bro.
yeah, me too.
You know?
That's what I was thinking about the whole time you're saying that. I go,
yeah.
I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock on a diner or waking up and some girl gives you a Audi to drive home.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck just happened last night?
Yeah. Dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if my boy can come. And they're like, who's your boy? And I'm like, LeCedric. They had a brother nearby, right, wearing this Louis Vuitton jacket, dude. Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy? And I hadn't even talked to this dude, right? I was like, yeah, that's my boy. And they're like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over to him, look him right in the eyes. And I was like, what's up, man? I'm Theo. He's like, LeCedric. And I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend. You ever been in a limousine? He's like, nah. I was like, all right, come get in with us. Just act like you're my friend, right? We're going to a party. He's like, all right, man. So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chicks, dudes, people fucking. LeCedric kept saying, we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud, right? Kind of fucking not the best actor, bro. But did we get to this house party? It's a nice, cool fucking party, bro. I'm downstairs. I'm in the kitchen. Somebody's making us a drink. I'm talking to somebody. Fucking 6 minutes later, I hear somebody scream. I hear a window break, right? Somebody comes running down. They said some dude just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room upstairs and fucking jumped out a window.
That would have been me, Doug.
People, yeah. Somebody said they're going to shut it down because it's too much like slavery, people are saying, you know?
What is? Oh, trading players
Fantasy,
and doing
yeah.
all that shit? What are you having? What are you taking?
Half of a
Zanny?
Mm-mm.
What'd you take?
Trying to get more blood flow to the C-Roch, baby.
Oh, this podcast doesn't end like that. You're taking a pee-pee pill?
An upper. It's just an Indian.
Cracking a pill from India and you just throw it in the throat?
I've taken them all. I've taken them for years, man. I crack about half of one twice a week.
And it's to get the pump downstairs?
Yeah, and it's nothing crazy. You're not going to go be a raper. You know, it's more like a just something to be like, oh yeah, all
To
right.
wake you up a little bit?
Yeah, just something to keep the.
Do you have a date later?
No, just something to keep the cavities. You know, you just want to remind the ballast that it works for the boat. You know what I'm saying?
I got to tell you, I got my old man. I have my old man's disease.
Yeah.
My old man one time, we were sitting around. My dad said something, made a joke about there was a Viagra commercial. He was like, you don't have to worry about that. I said, why? He goes, it's in our blood. We're still good.
Really?
Yeah, and I thought, okay, Dad. Honestly, right now, you sneeze the right way, I might get a hard on.
Oh wow! So you're really one of those guys with the erection?
I can get a hard on if I'm thinking about going home, and I'm thinking about piping the old bag. On the way home, I might get hard.
Oh Christ!
Thinking about it, I don't know what it is. My diet isn't indicative of that. It's not like I'm eating something. I'm not eating very healthy or doing all the thing. It's just I've always been. I can get it.
You want a lot of saw palmetto or something?
Mm-hmm. Ashwagandha.
Are you really?
I'm in ashwagandha right now. B12, ashwagandha, daily vitamin. What else am I on? That's it. How many pills are you on? Do you think are you taking a lot of pills right now?
No, I would say I'm on antidepressants.
Which one?
I'm not sure, but I've been on it for about 21 years.
I was
But my
on-
goal is to try and get off in the next 2 years.
Did you ever take Zoloft?
Oh yeah, dude. I took Zoloft the first batch that came out.
I took one. I took the early ones too.
The pills were still warm, dude.
They were
One
soft in
side
the
was
middle?
burned. Yeah. I mean, they were good, bro.
Yeah, I took them for a
Dude,
while.
I could drink 20 gin and tonics, dude. Wake up in the morning, help my buddy wash his boat,
I used to take
and still
Zoloft.
meet a beautiful girl.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
function. What else? What else are you taking?
Dude, I made love to a girl one time, and she was supposed to give me a ride across the country the next morning. And at like 6 a.m., I had to dismantle a water bed and it still had water.
We had this one guy. He used to give us maybe $4 or something, and he'd to look in his ass, bro. And he'd walk about like 20 feet off and hold his ass open. As long as we looked, we got the money. So just shit like that, just
did he have
bored
a
people.
partner? Did he
you
have
know?
who made sure you looked? How could he?
Who
make
made sure you got paid? That's
He
what
knew.
I want to know.
He gave the money first.
Okay, gotcha. Because
Yeah.
that would be a shitty deal.
At a certain point, you were kind of grandfathered in. If he knew you were going to look, you kind of got the money up front.
Your grandfather did.
Dude, I remember when I was young, the first fella I even ever masturbated to. Dude, and cocaine. Oh, go back to that vest story, man. So here's what happened. So I would do some cocaine at the house and put on these different vests.
How many did you buy again?
I don't know. I spent too much on them, but I would probably say the priciest one I had was probably about $210. Nice.
Damn.
Yeah. And so I would get fucked up and put these vests on and put on sunglasses and no like Buffalo Bill shit, but at least partying by myself, you know. And one time I was making a smoothie, you know, because I got like a new, I don't know what kind of blender it is, but it's pretty nice. And I was making like a nice smoothie, and I'm fucking coked up, I'm partying, you know, I'm living high on the hog. Got these 2 vests on maybe, right? And I thought I heard something outside, right? Which is kind of weird to even think of when you have a blender going, right? So I leave out of my apartment to go in the hallway, lock myself out with the blender going, 2:30 in the morning, coked up out of my brain, right? Now I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall, and tell him like, hey, man.
2:30 in the morning. I got locked out. And the blender's on, son. Oh my God, he must have hated you.
Oh, the blender shorts out and smoke happens. The fire alarm starts going off in the building right as I'm at his door knocking, right?
Oh, my God.
So now he's pissed, and he's like, what's going on? And I didn't know what to say. I told him that I was throwing a late Christmas party, dude. It was fucking end of January.
How old were you at the time?
Huh? Oh, this is 2.5 years ago. So I was 35. Bro. So he comes back to my apartment, right? He's fucking pissed. He unlocks the door. There's nobody in there.
And it would stay there
gotta
Yeah, I
fucking-
still, in case Louisiana all over again, I'm on a tire floating, waving at the airport. Fucking, I'm here, cocksuckers.
Dude, how great would that be? You're on the news, they're like showing you, and you're just down there doing coke, and they're fucking waving at the helicopters. Like, how many videos are there of the news during Katrina where there's just a bunch of brothers just blowing a fucking blunt and they fucking couldn't put it on?
And just yelling up, you can't stop me, bitches.
That's when I really started to like being a part of recovery. And there's all types of it, you know. I mean, there's stuff for everything. There's recovery for people that wear shirts that don't fit or that fit too tightly.
Yeah, I've struggled with that.
Sorry,
it drags me down hanging around with Echo because we both kind of feed off each other, and it just turns into a bad scene.
I was gonna say, I see who your dealer is, obviously. Okay.
You guys meeting up behind a freaking AutoZone to fucking pick up a couple extra smalls, dude. The sad part is there is a small boy out there somewhere right now.
He don't have a shirt.
He don't have a shirt on, dude. Oh, and his family partially owned the place. It was a business next door. They sold wine. Like Gary V or whatever that guy's name is, Jerry V, telling people to fucking sell their home and sleep in their yard. You know what I'm saying? And that dude was raised on a damn wine farm or something, dude. He's at there fucking, you know what I'm saying, dude, hiding grapes in his ass at night, freezing grapes and fucking hiding them in his ass. And he's telling people how to struggle, dude. That guy's out of his mind. He's like, oh damn, dude. Oh, you still have silverware in your house? Fucking sell it. And then he shows up and he'll like hug the dude. The guy can't even. He has no way to get food in his mouth. You know. The guy's fucking just knuckling through some chowder, knuckling through some bouillabaisse, and he's like, no worries, man, you made $76 last night? And he hugs him. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? And then he drives off and the family's just standing there in a park. Another winner. That guy's out of his fucking mind, dude. And he hugs, oh, you sold 2 extra Christmas sweaters you didn't need from last year, and they're crying together. Dude. Like, what is going on, dude?
Oh man!
But anyway, I don't. And look, man,
I gotta give some love to my boy Gary V.
Oh, I'm sorry. The videos. I'm not saying the guy's not a smart guy. The videos, though, and the guy grew up well off.
Well, no, I think he actually didn't grow up well off. That's part of his.
Oh, and
that's
I could
part
be
of his
lying.
deal. No, you partially lying, but it's not really lying if you don't know. But he grew up. You know, his dad owned like a corner liquor store or something, and he did. You know, he got after it and created the.
But in my neighborhood, a corner liquor store is the same as a winery.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
right,
So if you're looking at it from maybe from Theo Vaughn's perspective, hell yeah, he grew up like big time.
Oh yeah, look at these dudes over here, huh? Slanging that Riesling. We did a bunch of mushrooms, and we didn't. I don't know. We weren't really in the race or anything. But at one point, we took over a table. Somebody had a table where they had all the cups of water, and we took it over right in the middle. And I'm just flying on mushrooms at this point, dude. I'm looking, you know, the Lord's looking for me, you know, and I'm looking for him, you know. We're gonna meet up that afternoon. But and people were running by in this race, you know, it's tens of thousands of people in this race. And when they get close, someone would try to get the water, and we'd be like, no, it's for Asian people only. So you had so many people, and they're running. They have to keep going. There's a huge flow of people. They can't argue or discuss it. Right. You'd be like, oh, it's Asians only. And they're like, and they just keep on fucking moving.
Passing out from dehydration a quarter mile down the road.
All these Irish people stacking up at the curb at the next turn, just boom, boom. And all Asian people were just so happy,
Super
bro.
hydrated.
I'll tell you what we did one time. So we had a dent in a car or vehicle or whatever you guys call them. And yeah, and dude, we caught a couple of pigeons and got them to shit over the dent.
Oh, you just held the pigeon over there? You kept feeding it?
Squeezed it a little? We didn't feed them. They'll shit pretty soon after you hold them. And we turned it in, and when it had this kind of, you know, just a shit finish, I guess, on it. And they didn't see the dent. They didn't see the damage, you know?
Smart.
So that's kind of an old school thing, I guess, or new school. But
Trick, let's talk about it. What do you do for a living?
Opiates. I'm just joking, dude.
So, Theo, last question we ask, and this is going to sound funny given what you've just said, is what's the one thing when...
Not bad. Been a long day, dude.
You ask him the question.
Yeah, okay. So, Theo...
A good mirror?
Yeah, it is a good mirror.
Did this chain be out the whole time? Oh, no, it's good. All right.
What's the one thing we're not talking about that we really should be?
I think they... Oh, dude, I remember one time I saw these massive birds, right? They call them in your country?
They call them
massive
birds.
Beautiful, strong. I swear, bro, I went to this place called Newcastle. Have you heard of this?
Yes, yeah, we've heard of Newcastle.
And this taxi drops me off, and there was it was like a part, I don't know if it looked like a bachelorette party or something. And this foyer of there was a big room, like a big window, and they were in there naked,
Mhm.
You know, what do you call it? Tits?
Yes.
Yes.
Tits. And they were beating each other with pillows in there, bro. And I sat out there and watched, smoked a cigarette out there. Right out there,
And
boy.
that's the one thing no one's talking about.
Huh?
And that's the one thing
Bro,
no one's talking about.
There was 7 of these women in there.
I can see why you brought it up. It's an
And it
important
was
point there.
fucking, it was serious, man. Oh.
That's fantastic. Well, Theo.
It was serious, bro. See, I can't even do it justice because you can't even believe that it could happen, could you? Who would get 7 women naked and have them pillow fight in front of a big, huge picture window?
It's almost like they wanted to be seen, Theo.
I don't know, man. That's beautiful, bro.
My mom worked fucking hard for us. And on Fridays, no matter what, on Fridays we're going to McDonald's.
Really?
No
Yeah.
matter, we were like, hell yeah.
What would
That
you
was
get?
like,
Do you remember what you got?
Shit.
This is the same. My mom would take
Filet-o
us
fish, baby. Filet-o
Damn,
fish.
fucking what an
yeah,
asshole.
yeah, I love that
What a
filet-o fish.
fancy ass kid.
Fuck yeah, dude. I still eat those. That's still my dessert. Like if I want to cheat, I'm gonna go get that filet-o fish. Are you kidding me?
What fucking asshole kid
Yeah.
gets the fish, dude? I didn't even know we could order the fish till I was like 30 years old. I thought you had to be like a real adult.
Because that was my mom's shit. My mom got the filet-o fish, so I got into it too.
Because I love buffets, bro.
Yeah,
'Cause
buffets
I
are
grew
great.
up, when I was growing up, they had finally got a buffet in our town, dude, and people were fucking
losing their
fired up.
mind, right?
Oh, dude, somebody shot out the windows, bro, from the inside, dude. That's how excited people were.
100%.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you this. So, somebody got a CB radio by us, you know. So this one lady that used to do substitute teaching, right? Her son had like his mouth was always real slippery. He had like a kind of a salivary deal.
Disorder.
I wouldn't say disorder. Okay. But he had like
It's a deal.
he was missing a gasket on one of the edges. I would say that.
Just leaking.
Yeah, he definitely, yeah. Like you wouldn't fucking, if he leaned his head to one side, dude, you're gonna have to dry him up, you know? So this fella one time named Michael was his name. And they had a comedy room near me. This gentleman had half a limb. And he was...
which limb?
He was missing part of his leg, I think. Or he said he was. So he could have been faking it.
CGI or something?
I don't know what his name was. I mean, it was a CGI. It was a white dude.
Okay, check.
I remember one time I got stuck in a tunnel. My car broke down in a tunnel in Pittsburgh, and I had to defecate extremely, and that's French actually for shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And I had to defecate. And so I got in my back seat of my car, and the only I didn't have any choice. This was like, it was like something had gotten into my body, like a pink eye had gotten into my stomach.
Whoa.
And all the shit in my body was coming out of my body.
You had
It was
pink eye
like-
in your stomach?
Yeah, it was like, hey, we need all this shit out of here.
I had gingivitis once in my stomach.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Your mouth?
And I got diarrhea from that too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how I got down there.
And I had to defecate into a frisbee. Out of upside down frisbee was all I had.
Really? Be real.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What? And so I'm in this tunnel. There were cars whizzing by. Here's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Extremely hard to poop when cars are going by at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, and furious too.
Yeah.
Furious. Like, and also white people. Like, it was Pittsburgh, so it's furious white people driving by. If other people, some certain ethnicities, I can shit easier when they're driving by, honestly. Like if a couple of brothers are rolling by blasting some fucking good music, I can fucking blow ass all day into a frisbee, right?
Yeah,
No
yeah.
problem. I'm part of everybody seems like there's more like
somebody too, huh?
Oh, they weren't calling anybody. I mean, the only free finger they had, they were waving it out the window at me.
Yeah.
They weren't using it to dial the phone.
So you shit on a frisbee.
I had to shit on the open, not
the top part, but the bottom part.
A frisbee is basically a cup. Basically, the sides.
A plate. It's a plate.
A plate. Well, a plate is just a cup. That's
Wait.
way
No, no,
spaced
no,
out.
wait,
Let me get this
Stop.
straight. Hang on. Are you
A plate is
still
just a wide
driving?
cup.
No.
Or you pulled over?
Oh, I pulled over the car. I think honestly I'd run
Why
out of
couldn't you
gas.
just shit on the ground? Why did you have to like
I was
put
in
a
a
plate
tunnel.
underneath?
Yeah, so it's dark. Shit on the
Yeah.
fucking guy. Go outside and shit.
In a tunnel,
Why would you
you
have to plate your own
idiots.
shit?
Okay? You should be familiar with tunnels, dude.
Why?
Huh?
Because of Vietnam? Because you're gonna do that shit again right now, man?
What
Because-
shit, bro?
Why are you?
Oh,
Oh, no, dude.
Whoa,
Right,
guy.
you're doing that Nam shit again, huh, bro?
What? Nam what?
You thought that I was digging tunnels in the Ho Chi Minh Trail and trying to attack you people?
No, I thought you meant
that was
Nam,
me?
the fruit juice, the pomegranate fruit juice that's always in there. What is that stuff called? Palm, yeah, no. No, dude.
No, not Palm, Nam.
Bro, I don't believe in Vietnam. I don't believe it.
It
a lot of
happened?
war. Huh?
Oh, it's
I'm not saying it didn't happen, dude.
Are you those?
They never found the boats, dude. You
Oh,
know?
right.
It's just
I
like
think it's a
slavery. They never found the
conspiracy too, yeah.
boats.
What do you mean tunnels, though, bro?
So anyway, I'm in a tunnel, and there's only 2 lanes going each way. There's nowhere to get out in a tunnel. Like in a tunnel, you know.
Right.
Cars are whizzing by.
Yeah.
And so I had to get in the back seat and defecate into this Frisbee.
Right.
And then wait for the cops to come.
Why
you
the cops come?
Had to call the cops. I had just shit in a Frisbee.
Hello and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster.
I'm Konstantin Kisin.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our brilliant guest today is already taking the piss out of us. It's the amazing American comedian Theo Von. Welcome to Trigonometry.
You guys have, we call it autism. I don't know what you guys call it, bro, but we got it over here. Everybody's got it.
Dude, when I was growing up, this dude, we stayed at his house one time, this guy Curtis, and he knows it.
He has a big dick. I could tell by his name.
He actually, bruh, he has a big dick and a gay brother, dude.
Damn.
If you got a gay brother, you have a big dick.
For 1,000%.
You know, guy.
Or if you're a cop, the cops are packing dick.
Really?
Usually. I mean, the highway patrol generally has a bigger penis.
I gotta look that up.
All right. So Curtis.
Yeah, he had a bunch of animals at his house. Like he probably had 20 animal cages in his room, and I was so scared I couldn't go to sleep. He had snakes, ferrets.
Were you sleeping at his house?
Yeah, we were having a sleepover.
Right.
And that night, his dad actually jerked off into the fire.
I remember
outside.
the story, yeah.
Well, also, though, in the middle of the night, his dog was barking a lot. The dad went out there, shot it.
What? Damn, that's Louisiana.
In the middle of the night,
That's
bro.
Louisiana, and no one did shit.
Dude, I wasn't fucking going to defend that dog. He'd have just lost, you know? And I barely knew the father, you know?
What kind of gun was it?
I mean, it sounded like a
pistol?
handgun.
Yeah, pistol.
Yeah, I don't think you go out there with something bigger than that.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that's if you're gonna shoot a pit bull, it's gotta be you. I don't think you do a shotgun.
But also the dog, you got to recognize you're outside of the city limits. This dog has to know where he's at. Like,
he knew.
You know, there's 5 kids sleeping over. You're going to be up all night fucking barking. Like, unless it's a murder out in the yard or something, you got to tighten it up for the night.
I'll tell you this much: those other animals probably.
Oh, right after that,
changed their-
everybody was quiet.
That's it.
The ferrets shut the fuck up. Everybody was chill. The spider, you know, quiet as fuck.
Quiet
dude.
as a mouse.
Oh, had put on 8 slippers and fucking went to bed, bro. Everybody
dude.
chilled out. I want to be honest with you. The other day I saw a guy in a leather jacket at a Mexican restaurant. If you wear a leather jacket at a Mexican restaurant, well, you can just stay away from me. You can stay away from me. You can stay away from me. To do a similar thing when I was a child. At the lunch table, we'd get some kids who were mentals, or a couple of them might have been mentals, and a couple kids that were well, you know, and we get there and sit them to make them drink milk and then tell jokes and do stuff until one of them just blew milk out of their face, you know? And if you get some straight up, just a couple mentals, boy, some straight up sawed off humans, you get them to straight up blow leche out their dome, dude. That's America right there.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Almost blew the throat out of this one boy named Tot. T-O-T was his name. Kind of a bad name too to be mentally challenged, but also easy for him to spell. And I'm not joking. That's what his father said. And easy for him to spell backward and forward. Same name, Tot. So. That's true, man.
Was this guy's his name is Todd?
Why are you so laughing at him?
It's just a funny sounding name. That's all. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're right.
Yeah,
It was pretty funny, I guess. Tot.
Yeah, well,
You know,
let's
Tot.
talk about Todd.
Sometimes he would just say T-O-T was his name, but I knew
Yeah.
it was Tot.
Yeah.
He would try to spell it out, and, you know, like he was tricking me.
Yeah.
Mr. Joe videotaping this?
Hey, Theo, okay, look, we gonna role play, all right? You my girl, and you just gonna break up with me.
Oh, shit.
Just break up with me, right.
His breakup with you?
Yeah.
Can I? I'm just asking. Can I use the N-word or not?
Hey.
No, I'm just saying. I would only.
I mean, hey, Theo, I don't care, but when we step out of here, I can't help you.
Okay.
But you use it at your discretion.
Okay.
Do whatever you want.
Hey, Ellis.
Hey, what's up, baby? What's going on?
You know what the fuck's up, boo? My little.
Baby, why you censoring the word nigga? You know you saying freely.
That was a call came in. I ain't censoring shit. I know you've been out there with Mr. Joe petting them fucking white animals.
What? What the? Wait, baby, what?
I know you've been out there with Papa Joe petting them little fucking honky muppets.
Shonda, you crazy, baby. Look.
Not as crazy as your homeless ass is. I'm out this relationship, Mott.
Shonda?
This line has currently been disconnected.
Never happened.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You've never masturbated?
No.
Oh my gosh, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, man. What is that called? What do you guys call that?
Nothing really.
There's got to be a special nickname. I think in gay culture, if it's a man in gay culture, a guy that's never kissed a woman is called a golden Oreo.
Mm.
So I wonder what that is. My God, brother.
Is vaping? This is a crazy question. You can vape inside?
Most people look at you and be like, "Let me hit it." All right, I don't care.
I think most people just don't care.
But like,
There was a
imagine lighting up a
savage-
cigarette inside of a cheesecake factory. They'd be, bro, what the fuck?
I mean, they're calling
are
the
you on?"
FBI for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, because vaping, people usually blow it down their pant leg or blow it
The
like
shirt, the turtleneck
out somewhere. Yeah. And there's even shirts I saw where it's made for vaping, secretly vaping.
It's a wetsuit.
It's like a vaping shirt.
I know that they have pocket tees that hold your vape in the corner.
No, I'm talking about hold the fucking smoke.
Oh, damn, that ghillie suit.
I'm talking
Dude, there was a
about that
dude
real
next to me
thing.
who didn't give a fuck on the flight.
People be vaping on flights.
Full smoke.
That's a black dude, bro. Just say what you want to say, dog. Face, do you think, Logan? Because I was thinking about that.
They're doing that now. They're doing that.
I know.
I am gonna go. Yeah, I'd like to go. It's on my bucket list. I don't want to die on this planet, dude.
Really?
I don't want to, like, for real. I don't want to die on this planet.
Damn, that is a very rich thing to say, I feel like, honestly. It really is.
I don't want to die with these poor peasants.
The rest of us are trying to find quarters in our car to get that air machine to fucking fill up our tire at the gas station. And this guy's like, I'm not done on this planet. Yeah. I feel you though, dude. We'll be down here dying. There he is in an Austin Hooper jersey.
That's so funny, dude.
You have other people that say, I don't want to die in this neighborhood. Like the projects, I got to get out of here. He's trying to leave. Jeff Bezos.
There'll be somebody out there, dude. There'll be somebody out there, a couple of pervs.
Andrew Schultz.
Yeah, Schultz would be out there. Yeah. Who would be at that dinner, dude, at that last Saturn supper, huh? Who would be out there on that thing?
Bezos, Musk.
Rogan would be there. Rogan would be working the Traeger out there. Yeah, Rogan have an apron on.
And space
bare
elk.
ass showing out of the
Space
back.
elk.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Eating fucking moon meats.
Dude, what's it called? The ivermectin?
Yeah. Oh, it cured him. That guy.
That was a wild one.
Thank God for him, man.
Got to protect him, yeah?
Yeah, but just thank God for, thank God for freaking podcasting.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Oh my God.
Having to go on the news and talk about something?
Oh my God, bro! I would pay somebody to look at my asshole if I had to do that, man.
How much?
Children. That's who. Oh, but only in my family. And only in my neighborhood, dude. Only to give back to the community.
You need like a Venn
give back what
diagram.
was given to you.
Yeah, to give back what's given to me, man. You got to keep going, man. You got to get back to your roots, man.
Theo, you're from Louisiana. What do you think about this guy?
Yeah. When you said Landry, I knew he was from there. That's the only place I've ever heard that name. What part are you from?
I'm from Houma.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Homa's a good place, really. It's a good place to have a friend. It's real soft down there. The land is real soft. Like you could be talking to somebody and then they just fucking. I'm not even joking, bro. And people are so nice they'll listen as they just fucking go straight into the fucking ground.
They just sink into the ground?
Yeah, they're like, I'd love to stay, but. Jake Paul right here knocks out Tyron Woodley in the 6th round and win the rematch. Good. Woodley doesn't throw enough punches, and the fight is just a lot of like punch, clutch or, hug. Punch, hug, punch, hug. They should lose a point if they hug. They should lose a point if they hug. Or see who's willing to take it to second base. If you're hugging whoever, who's willing to, go even further a little.
I was the first one that had to quit my job full time. So I kind of got I was like, guys, are we doing this? Because I got to give up on Giggle. Like I had to quit Giggle. Everybody else was able to work both jobs. Q was still a fireman. Sal still owned it was still bartender in the
Well, let's say, look, still a fireman is a unique term as well. I'm not saying, I love firemen, right? Yeah. Especially if there's a fire going on.
They're the number one person you want to see.
Yeah. But there's not a fire, dude. They're basically people that are training for the hot dog eating contest.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then, when I was under the influence, I couldn't see it. Now I can really see it.
Dude, everybody, my buddy, this one dude used to he would start to do a little dust, start touching his asshole, bro. By the end of the night, if we had a couple of bags, he'd have 4 fingers in his fucking ass, dude. He had like that some of those people eat their hair. You see those videos where people eat their hair, He just had like a weird tick like that, where he would just, I don't know what it was. He just like
under the pants. He would go in the pants.
Oh, in his ass, in his own ass. French actually for shit.
Yeah.
And I had to defecate. And so I got in my backseat of my car, and I didn't have any choice. This was like, it was like something had gotten into my body, like a pink eye had gotten into my stomach. Whoa. And all the shit in my body was coming out of my body.
You had pink eye in your stomach?
Yeah, it was like, hey, we need all this shit out of here.
I had gingivitis once in my stomach.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Your mouth?
And I got diarrhea from that too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how I got down there.
And I had to defecate into a frisbee. I had an upside down frisbee was all I had.
Really? Be real.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What? And so I'm in this tunnel. There were cars whizzing by. Here's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Extremely hard to poop when cars are going by at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, and furious too.
Yeah.
Furious. And also white people. It was Pittsburgh, so it's furious white people driving by. If other people are certain ethnicities, I can shit easier when they're driving by, honestly. If a couple of brothers are rolling by blasting some fucking good music, I can fucking blow ass all day into a frisbee, right? No problem. I'm part of everybody seems like it's more laid back.
Yeah.
But an angry white dudes, rolling by, they were waving it out the window at me.
Yeah.
They weren't using it to dial the phone.
So you shit on a frisbee.
I had to shit on the open, not
the top part, but the bottom part.
A frisbee is basically a cup. Basically the sides.
A plate. It's a plate.
A plate. Well, a plate is just a cup. That's way spaced out.
Let me get this straight. Hang on. Are you
a plate is just a
driving?
wide cup.
No.
Or you pulled over?
I pulled over the car. I think honestly I'd run out of gas.
Why didn't you just shit on the ground? Why did you have to
I was
put
in
a plate
a tunnel.
underneath?
Yeah, so it's dark. Shit on the fucking guy. Go outside and shit.
In a tunnel,
Why would you have to plate
idiot.
your own shit?
Okay? You should be familiar with tunnels, dude.
Why?
Huh?
Because of Vietnam? Because you're gonna do that shit again right now, man?
What shit, bro?
Why you? No, dude.
Whoa,
right? You're doing that Nam shit again, huh, bro?
What Nam? What?
You thought that I was digging tunnels in the Ho Chi Minh Trail and trying to attack you people?
No, I thought you meant that was the fruit juice, the pomegranate fruit juice that's always in there. What is that stuff called?
Palm.
Palm, yeah, no. No, dude. No, not Palm. No, bro. I don't believe in Vietnam. I don't believe in
It
a lot
happened.
of war. Huh?
It's
I'm not saying it didn't happen, dude.
Are you those?
They never found the boats, dude. You know?
Oh, right.
It's just
I
like
think it's a
slavery. They never found the
conspiracy too,
boats.
What do you mean tunnels, though, bro?
So anyway, I'm in a tunnel, and there's only 2 lanes going each way. There's nowhere to get out in a tunnel. Like in a tunnel, you know,
Right.
cars are whizzing by.
Yeah,
and so I had to get in the back seat and defecate into this frisbee.
Right.
And then wait for the cops to come.
Why the cops come?
Had to call the cops. Somebody, not somebody. I had just shit in a frisbee. The meat,
Oh, you ate them, you're saying?
yeah, but
You guys ate owls?
yeah.
I don't think that's legal. You probably shouldn't say that on the podcast.
Well, I didn't have a lot. I'll tell you this: if you want to feed a family of 4, you can't just have 1 owl. I will say that though.
Well, if you look at what it looks like without the feathers, it looks like
That's what I'm saying.
fucking demon.
Yeah,
You know?
it's a real bait and switch. I feel like it's one of God's hidden agendas.
Well, I was talking to someone about peacocks about this, and I started talking about it on stage.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a duck, bro.
But it says peacock.
That is
Aw,
something
man.
else.
See,
That is
doesn't
meningitis.
seem
I
right,
think.
though. Go back up to
Yeah,
the
bro.
peacock picture. They have a. I just dropped that rabbit and said, "Fuck it," and I stopped the car to check it out. I was like, "Whoa."
That's flirting, really. It sounds like
Flirting?
Oh, if a
like,
bird
let
drops
me
a
know.
rabbit at your feet,
Hey, bitch.
yeah, it's ready to fuck.
Probably. Yeah, like you didn't love the French?
I love the Canadians.
French Canadians.
Yeah, I'll take them.
You love Canadians, period.
I love Canadians, period.
But do you love French Canadians?
Yes, because they
Those
are
little-
Canadian. But French, bro,
Not into French?
and nobody is.
They make great wine.
Yeah.
That's not true. People go to Paris every year.
Yeah, but they leave. It's not the kind of place people are milling around, man.
Like I got one of my best friends got fucked up one time, and he started talking about Asian people. We never even seen any Asians in our life, and he
Never
started
in your life?
No, and I guess maybe like in a past life he might have known some Asians, you know. And so he starts bringing up their names, bro, and knowing them and knowing shit about them on this mattress in this house. And I'm like, fuck, dude, you're fucked up, bro. I'm leaving, right? So apparently I'm the kind of friend that when your friend is at his worst, you fucking leave, bro. Because I was
he's
just
talking about Chinese people.
yeah, well,
He's never met Chinese people.
we never known any.
So what is he saying?
He's just saying like, hey, you remember fucking you remember fucking Sun Lam, bro? He was there for us, you know, and all this shit. I'm like, Sun Lam, bro? We don't know him, dude. You know, and he was fucking like talking about Dorothy, you know, we didn't know any Asians.
If I'm a cult leader, good for me. I feel like, right?
Yeah.
I hate how they're always like, oh, this fucking cult leader, you know, or
Yeah.
whoever, you know, or like whoever it is, Billy Graham or like Mike Lindell or whoever these people are, you know, like the guy that did the XFL, you know, all that shit. But it's like, I'm in. If I'm a cult leader, I'm fucking, let's do it.
Yeah. What would you do for your cult? What would you have them do? Or what do they need? What do someone need to do? Like once they're in, how do you maintain your membership?
I think sex mostly. It seems like,
It seems like you're right on the same page as pretty much everyone else, I think.
I mean, the only reason you get into a cult, I feel like, is probably for some kind of light sex, you know? I don't know. We had a guy one time on here who beat, what's that disease? He has like a disease or something where you can't talk. He had a stutter. And he was in that XMV cult.
Yeah.
XIV, the one that they busted. So
Really?
that
Did it come back after or
no, he didn't have it when I saw him.
Really?
You know, it could have flared up later. I don't know. But he, I just believe if there's enough people around you, fucking dude, it can heal diseases. I think. Dude, one time, my mom, I was touching myself, and I was a child, you know.
Yeah.
And my mom came in, and then she's like, I was like, get out, you know. I just yelled, get out at her, and she went out, and I kept doing it, and she just came right back in. What? That's crazy of her.
Why was she coming back in?
I don't know.
Maybe proud of you?
I don't think she was ever proud of me.
All right.
Yeah.
I think what we're really saying is that if you're a parent of a small white child, do you have any nerve or are you a coward? You know?
That's true,
Are
huh?
you going to paint your kid's face black or are you just going to be weak?
Yep. Because now's the time.
Now's the time to show who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Halloween is what? August, September, 3 months away,
Yeah.
boy.
Plenty of time to order product.
Get that shade, baby. Now, what if you came out with Segura Safe Shade for blackfacing?
Yeah.
This clip isn't gonna go over well.
I know it's not. It's gonna hurt one day.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm just saying things. Bert's texting me what to say. I don't vacation anywhere where the Bible happened, really, because so much shit happened there.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's
Wow, can you imagine that?
I know, like the absolute horror of that.
And the father just kept recording?
I think it's someone else. I think somebody else is recording.
I guess you'd want to see him at your last time seeing him. I don't know how you'd be. I don't have any children.
No, I think you're. Yeah, he's just swimming there. And I don't think people know what's going on at first. Yeah.
That must have been right when it hit him, huh? Because
It's a tiger shark. Yeah, look, his legs were up in the air. I don't know if you looked. If you see that, take it back a few seconds. Look right here where he gets pulled under and then his legs go straight up.
Bro, and I'm like, I gotta get away
So
from
where you
this
came
dude.
from, where you grew up, there was no Asians in that neighborhood? Not when you were there. Now there's probably 4.
Yeah.
Right, now there's...
No, we live in a small town, dude. I mean, I
What's the
remember.
population?
We probably had about 2,000 growing up.
Oh, shit.
This one dude I remember was trying to be an Elvis impersonator. He said he was an Elvis impersonator, bro. But he was just a fucking alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need any Elvis, bro. You know? We got 2,000 people. We need fucking gas money. And we need
jobs.
good. Yeah, we need ideas, bro. Give us some fucking ideas.
Those fucking Elvis impersonators are a pain in the ass.
Oh, they're the
really
worst,
are.
dude.
They really are.
Get a
dog.
fucking life.
I gotta
bro.
tell you something. You know, I told you to hook up
Yeah,
with that girl. What
yeah,
happened to
that
you?
fucking monster? Yeah, I know. It's always some fucking monster, dude. Bro, I remember this one girl. We had this thing for a while. If you would Visqueen a chick, right? And that's if you would bring a chick home and she would fall asleep or at her place or at your place, and you'd put like a piece of Visqueen over her body, right?
What the hell
like,
is
while she was
Visqueen?
asleep. No, it's not a big issue. I think people don't spend enough time with real ass animals. A lot of these animals out here are bullshit, trained imports. Fake ass little Dalmatians and dude, that's people in parks, man. People do anything in a park out here. You got to notice that out here. Like, I mean, where I'm from, a park is a place to picnic, you know, maybe
Chill out.
chill out, make art or something. But
Frisbee.
yeah,
Out here, it's a lot of drug scenes.
people living out there.
Yeah, a lot of gang activity, a lot of butt sex.
Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. Maybe
I don't know. Depends what
a lot of
park
that
you're
Magic
going to.
Johnson. That's what they call it. You know, people out there getting that Magic Johnson.
That Magic Johnson. My brother cried when Magic Johnson announced he had AIDS.
No way,
He
bro.
started crying. He's one of his favorite players. Oh, I'll
Bro,
never
that's
forget
gayer
that.
than even getting AIDS from a dude is crying when another dude gets it. So then I just got into stand up, and I always like making people laugh. Like I used to do a similar thing when I was a child. At the lunch table, we'd get some kids who were mentals, or a couple of them might have been mentals, and a couple kids that were well, you know, and we get there and sit them to make them drink milk and then tell jokes and do stuff until one of them just blew milk out of their face, you know? And if you get some straight up just couple mentals, boy, some straight up sawed off humans, you get them to straight up blow leche out their dome, dude. I was like, I got some kind of a gift here, you know? I almost blew the throat out of this one boy. Almost blew the throat out of this one boy named Tot. T-O-T was his name. Kind of a bad name too to be mentally challenged, but also easy for him to spell. And I'm not joking. That's what his father said. And easy for him to spell backward and forward. Same name, Tot. So that's true, man.
Was this guy's his name was Todd?
Yeah, dude. Why are you so laughing at him?
It's just a funny sounding name. That's all. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're right.
Yeah,
it was
so
pretty
where-
funny,
where
I
this
guess.
guy-
Tot.
Yeah, well,
You know,
let's
Tot.
talk about Tot.
Sometimes he would just say T-O-T was his name, but I knew
Yeah.
it was Tot.
Yeah.
He would try to spell it out, and like he was tricking me.
Yeah. So did you do like the open mic circuit in L.A.?
Yeah, started doing open mics here.
Like at Marty's or where? Like at the
They had a
Comic
place.
Meltdown and stuff?
No, they had a place over on the west side of town. I lived.
Yeah.
I was sleeping under a buddy of mine had a bed, and I was sleeping under his bed for $150 a month.
Oh wow!
And sometimes even in his bed, sometimes. when he would be out of town or when he would leave for work, I'd climb up into his bed, dude. And I've never been heavily homosexual, but I will say this, that there's nothing really gayer than getting into a man's warmth after he's already left the room, you know, and climbing up into his bed. A man you don't even really know that much, but still catching that hit off of his temperature, you know?
That's funny.
It's true, man.
Yeah.
You go over to somebody's house, dude, who you don't know that much, and when they leave the room and get out of their bed, you get into their bed. That shit'll make
You never told him that, though.
that shit'll make a man out of you fast, dude, or it won't. But you find out who's who pretty quick when you're doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember I got on a school bus one day, and the man didn't even take us to school. He just drove us around, and
Fuck off.
swear to God, and then just drove us back home eventually.
What's wrong with him?
He didn't say anything either.
Probably drunk.
And when at a certain point
He
you
likes
don't
to
ask.
Dude, in cocaine, go back to that vest story, man. So here's what happened. So I would do some cocaine 8,000, put on these different vests.
How many did you buy again?
I don't know. I spent too much on them, but I would probably say the priciest one I had was probably about $210. Nice.
Damn.
Yeah. And so I would get fucked up and put these vests on and put on sunglasses and no like Buffalo Bill shit, but at least partying by myself, you know. And one time I was making a smoothie, you know, because I got like a new, I don't know what kind of blender it is, but it was pretty nice. And I was making like a nice smoothie, and I'm fucking coked up, I'm partying, you know, I'm living high on the hog. Got these 2 vests on maybe, right? And I thought I heard something outside, right? Which is kind of weird to even think of when you have a blender going, right? So I leave out of my apartment to go in the hallway, lock myself out with the blender going, 2:30 in the morning, coked up out of my brain, right? Now I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall, and tell him, dude, I'd have to get my butt waxed, I think, bro. That's my thing. Like, I have so much hair on my butt, like I walk, if I'm hooking up with a chick, I'll walk out of the room backwards so she doesn't see my butt.
It's that bad?
It just makes it, I'm self-conscious about it, you know?
Why don't you Brazilian wax it?
I'm just scared of that, man. I met a girl, and she waxes people's balls, too. And how
Yeah, they
crazy
call it
is
B&B, butt and balls.
Oh.
It's actually the most common practice for men.
Is it?
Yeah, I used to date a girl who specialized in that. And she was like, man, 60% of my clients are men. She goes, they do the B&B. You want to come in? I'm like, what is it? She goes, balls and butt. They literally do all that, the taint, and then your booty hole. I had a girl try it once. It's on the inside of my thigh. Never again.
Hurt?
I'd rather get a tattoo on my fucking face.
Oh.
It hurts so bad.
I'd rather get that fucking name stamp, dude.
Me too, bro.
I'd rather get that
100%.
fucking tat on my
Don't
name.
do it, man.
Yeah.
But if you have a hairy ass, like if I could braid your ass there, you should probably get it removed.
You couldn't braid it, you could gel it down, though.
Like you could part it to the side?
Dude, I had an uncle, and he had so much hair on his neck, he would gel it down for church because he didn't want to shave it off because it was his hair. And it was like a thing against God.
You gel down the sides, huh?
Oh, he gel his whole neck hair down.
You might want to gel you basically got a ducktail.
Oh, dude,
a ducktail hanging out the back.
I look like shit, man, you know? But nobody expects anything out of me. That's the best thing.
You don't think
like, you show up, people look, you know. People ask, where's the honey, guy? You know, that's obviously been...
Where's the honey?
You look like you've been stung by bees, bro, all the time.
Why are you saying I'm bloated?
Doesn't he, Jen?
Do I look bloated?
Bro, it looks like you try to drink honey right out the hive and a bunch of bees.
No one's going to say anything to you.
Not a thing. What are they going to say?
Yeah.
And whose side would you be on at that point? That's an interesting thing to think about.
That is an excellent question because I feel like if you have any amount of decency, you're going to side with blackface. Yeah. Like, if you are a decent human being at your core, you're going to be like, this man can't stand. Let him do what he wants to his face.
Yeah.
You know?
It's all he has left.
That's all he's got. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're on tour.
Yeah. They'd be like, do you know this guy? He's fucking wild. Yeah. He paralyzed his mother. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, and then you're on the wheelchair mother tour. And you're selling like, and you have these t-shirts.
And she forgives you. She's your mom. Yeah, you're not going to go to prison. She forgives you. Yeah. Its charges are dropped. And you get her like one of the state-of-the-art Sprinter van with the fucking thing that goes up. Yeah. Those are amazing.
And it plays the best is for, I think, a lot of handicapped people love it when you put that horn on it, like I don't like is when people pretend somebody doesn't have Down syndrome.
Yeah,
you know?
too many people doing that.
Well, in our town growing up, they would do that a lot. And it'd be like, Eric has
Down syndrome, you know? And they're like, no, he doesn't, you know? They're like,
Well,
all right.
Well,
you know? They're like, well, he's not doing great today.
Yo, his
You know,
service is
then-
just slow.
Yeah.
At least they're doing it in Europe, dude. So
then
the
he
service
didn't-
is slow anyways.
Then he didn't get enough rest, you know? I mean, but pretty crazy. I wonder what other afflictions you could have and also have like a cool place, you know?
And establishment, be incorporated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if they had
Dude, what if there was a spot where every single person had like herpes? Like everyone in here has genital herpes. They're serving you fucking a hamburger.
hamburgers and herpes, yeah. Bro, what about eggs and eczema? You just go. The guy's like, oh, you want some salt on that? And he just rubs his skin off like that. Dude, what about Pepsi and Hep C? You're like, hey, you want something to drink? Check your crotch. yeah, that'd be it. I'm trying to think of some other good ones we could have. Dude, this is great ideas. What are some good ones that we could do, man?
Oh, dude. I don't know. Sometimes I think about like just those names, like the strip clubs that serve food.
Yeah.
Tits and grits, eggs and legs.
Yeah.
You get like hangers and bangers, just old saggy boobs, no bras, and they serve you potatoes.
Oh. Dude, when I see a horrible tit, it fucking makes my whole body hurt. It really does, man.
Oh, same. And dude, sometimes, and this is just me being transparent and honest.
Thanks.
Sometimes when I'll see someone who has like an actual, this is bad, but this is just a true story. I saw a guy who he lost I don't know if he had a burn on his face or he lost an arm, maybe both, but I saw him. I was at the movie theater and I saw him and I did like that.
Oh.
You know, and it's like, I don't know if he saw me or not, but it's a sad, there's something in us that you're not supposed to, you recognize it fast, I guess what I'm trying to say. It doesn't take your brain long to see something like that.
To recognize what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a guy that tried to pretend he had both arms for a while in our area, and that made that everybody was going crazy.
They noticed it?
Yeah.
Immediately?
But you don't want to say anything, but you thought it, and then people thought they were crazy, you know? And then you have people trying to guess. That was the crazy part. You have people trying to, like, rip his arm off, like, just to see if it was, you know? And I'm like, dude, what if it's real? Yeah, just crazy, man. Just, people are fucking crazy, man. They just had that one. What was the one with the huge breasts they had? Who was that? Remember that? But I say more power to you, Netherlands. I think it's like, you know, it's like, I think if people if they have whatever, let them get out there. I'd love to fucking have herpes. Because I think probably one of the worst things about having some things is pretending you don't have it. You know? So I think that it would be great if everybody could have herpes in one spot. Or you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? They had a lady, big breast lady.
Type that in.
Actually, I think we have a blocker on this computer, and I got to get a new one, dude. I've ended up masturbating the past 4 days.
Oh, really? Because when we were at that camp with Jimmy John, you were on a no masturbation. I think you were like 35 days in or something.
I was doing good.
And I was trying to convince you to jerk it off. I was like, where are you going? You're like, dude, why do you keep wanting me to jerk off? And I started feeling bad about myself. I was like, I don't know why I wanted to jerk off.
Yeah, bro, that was a weird flex from you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. Now
All
we're
right.
getting somewhere.
Yeah,
huh?
now we're finding out more about Monica.
And I just figured that out.
Yeah, huh? Let's see them tits.
No,
then,
no.
you know? Joking.
Where are they?
I'm joking. I'm just saying, you know, it's how, you know, it's like a thing like that.
That's a thing. That's a thing. This is like what she used to hear back in the hallways of the school that she left.
Let's see them stit.
What's your favorite weird city? Like favorite place? Like you wouldn't want to live there probably, but like I just love going there.
Man, I really wanted to get to spend a little bit more time up in Portland, Maine.
Really?
Yeah, it's like such a surprise that it's there. Because you think it's a lot of people out there fucking, who've lost their eyeballs and shit, you know? Out there, people out there just, a lot of people that, hate people that go to Burning Man but wish they would watch Burning Man videos at home as a family. Like that kind of shit, But dang, there's just something about it, dude. The cold wind just fucking
It is cool. I like it too.
Pushes you out of the street.
One of the first things I did at Barstool was like a travel show. It was like the Barstool travel show. And it didn't really take. I don't know why. Well, I'm probably about to say why. So we had an episode in Portland, Oregon.
Oh yeah.
And so we went out and shot a lot of stuff there. But we had some stuff planned. We went to like an RV sale and we got kicked out of there. We just didn't get enough stuff for the whole episode. And we liked our whole season of episodes. They're probably like 10 minutes a piece, 15 minutes a piece, but this one probably had like 5 solid minutes, 6 solid minutes. And so we just took a flight we were in New York, like a quick flight to Portland, Maine. We shot the rest of the episode and just never said anything about it.
Really?
Like you watch the Portland episode, it's like half of it's in Maine, half of it's in Oregon.
You're a food doctor. Is there something that you eat or drink to help with that?
I mean, we all know about the pineapple juice, right?
Right.
I think celery juice is about quantity, not quality. What else?
What about like sweet potato fries?
I don't think that would hurt.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Lima beans make it frothy. A lot of people don't know
Red
that.
Band, don't do that. Very bad. That's disgusting, Red Band. It's horrible.
Brewing that frape, huh?
Max, what else do you do for fun? You're
Wait, are you saying I'm swole or I'm fucking bloated?
You're swole for sure, dude. I'd be swole too. If fucking 200 bees were babysitting my face all the time. You look like you got fucking stung by a bunch of bees, dude.
Bro.
Where do you live at, bro? In a comb? You gotta tighten up, bro. You're gonna get diabetes, dude.
Bro, what the fuck, dude?
Come on, man.
Conversation at the store one night, like last week, some guy got found with 30 pounds of hamster bones,
They did in my town. They just busted a man.
It just doesn't, right away, you got to stop what you're doing in that conversation and giggle. Because 9 out of 10 people wouldn't be proud that happened in their hometown. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't even mention it. If somebody comes up to me and go, are you from New Orleans? Not really. I'm from Texas. Wait a second. I got to go. You get to that point. Most fucking people would be embarrassed to say something like that. Or it would take them 10 minutes after everybody told their story to say, oh, by the way, there's a guy. No, we were just talking. It's Tuesday night.
Dude, yeah.
We were ready to go home. And you came out with it, and me and Lee were dying in the car, like, what's he talking about? Hamster meat? What the fuck is he talking about? And that's
they busted him, man.
Listen,
they got him.
What if?
Thank God. Like a hamster one, that's because you have to. There's not as much meat. There's very little bone in a hamster, bro. Them hamps got a hamp probably has like a quart, like an eighth of an ounce in its chest plate, bro. You can't even make a wish on their bones. There's nothing in there.
Where do you get all those hamsters from?
They breed them in our town. I used to work for this group. They used to sell tattooed hamsters and guinea pigs after.
They tattoo them?
Yeah, they used to brand them with concerts and raves. They would say it's tattooed just to make people not be as sad about it. But it was a brand, bro.
Of what?
With like heat and ink, bro.
For what? Like, what did it say?
311, Green Day, anything like of different bands that were coming to town. Toadies. Swear to God, bro. Toadies, Acid Bath. Who else? Rave. Whatever, bro. We used to truck these hamps into the city and fucking vend them, bro. We did, man. Because there wasn't much work in our town, dude. You had to get what you could get, and they had a man that bred hamsters, and then they had to do the tattoos, and they fucking met up, and that was a merger. That's big business, And they started
a merger.
They started doing it.
Man, I got me some 300 mouse in my house and shit. And some other guy's like, you know what, man? I'm a pretty good tattoo artist.
That's Louisiana.
And that's it. A merger is formed.
That means someone listening to this right now has had a hamster with like a band label on it. Like,
Who the
burned
fuck
it.
buys a hamster? Listen, if I went to a concert, do you think I'm bringing a hamster home with
Fuck
fucking
yeah.
AC/DC? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be fucked up the whole night with this hamster in my
But
pocket.
when you leave, Coco, when you leave the place, that's when we get you, bro. You get it there. Hey, people are leaving. They're on ecstasy pills. They're on Molly. You leave. You get that fucking hamster. You get that warm little piece of God in their hands. They buy it every time, bro. A lot of black people, and I will say this, because this is really factual, and I've spent a lot of time around, in the dark arts, and I don't mean that's not black people in general. That's
the dark
That's
art.
voodoo. That's black magic.
That's everything. Black magic.
That's New Orleans,
voodoo,
son.
That's the underground.
Louisiana.
Yep.
I grew up in a mixed neighborhood, dude, and black people don't really know. They don't differentiate between indoors and outdoors.
What do you mean?
Outdoors
Bill?
can be indoors, dude.
What do you mean?
Outdoors can be indoors. Black person, you can put them outdoors, and you put them indoors. Same volume levels, same speed.
There's no inside voice.
There's zero inside
There's
voice.
no etiquette when you go indoors.
Well, they just don't. I don't believe in like a lot of structures and. I don't want to say woodwork, but I want to say overall that the difference between indoors and outdoors when it comes to most black people,
it's so incredibly vaguely racist.
It's so funny though. It's so funny.
They say that
No, there's no filter.
No, what they say when
Yeah,
you're poor.
it's true.
But a lot of people who are poor, it's a socioeconomic thing. So a lot of people that are poor, a lot of times, I guess, have to rely on each other. Like they notice shit that say rich people wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
Because they have to. Because you're kind of relying on your neighbor. On usually sharing a bathroom. There's a lot of stuff. People are on you.
They're
Teamwork.
people.
And it creates.
People.
Yeah, and and it creates sort of this feeling of competition
But
where
that
like,
doesn't
by
mean
the
you
way,
can't lower your voice when you're in the mall or in the theater.
Right.
and that's just what I'm saying.
That's his point.
Right. I want to be heard.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of my black friends even do not they don't have indoor voices is what I'm trying to say. I think I used too many words.
Just closed the car, opened the window, and listened to it. And the three white dudes walked away.
He just tuned in.
Fuck yeah. Bro, you never get to see a good fucking smackaroo.
No. Especially not on the West Coast,
No,
dude.
you never get to
You see a shooting or
you
that's
see a
it.
lot more smackaroos where you're from.
Oh,
You know?
down south. I saw a brother take a bite out of a Vietnamese guy once, dude. Took a huge bite out of his fucking arm, bro. Meat and everything, bro. Ripped it right out. The Vietnamese guy was like threatening him with all this karate shit and everything, and his brother just grabbed him and fucking bit right into him, dude. Bit right
If you
into
think about it, that's the way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
That stops karate all the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Because I don't care what type of karate you got, they ain't got no defense for the bite. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got. Well, what if a motherfucker goes to bite you?
Oh my god.
Hold on, I gotta call the main Jap in fucking Okinawa. Get these
Hold on. Let me put my Komodo on, dude. And they bite your ass, dude. And you remember that every time you try to fucking hug somebody and if you got a little divot in it, you got a speed bump in your fucking hug.
Why did I let Lee talk me into eating mushrooms on a Wednesday night? Lee? Look at your head, Lee.
Look at Lee, bro. Open your eyes, bro. I can't. Damn, dude. What the fuck?
Lee, you're saying in Miami.
Hey, Theo, okay, look, we gonna role play, all right? You my girl, and you just gonna break up with me.
Oh
Just
shit.
break up with me, all right?
Just break up with you?
Yeah.
I'm just asking, can I use the N-word or not?
No,
I'm just saying, I would always...
Theo, I don't care, but when we step out of here, I can't help you. But you use it at your discretion.
Okay.
Do whatever you want.
Hey, Ellis.
Hey, what's up, baby? What's going on?
You know what the fuck's up, boo? My little...
Baby, why you censoring the word nigga? You know you saying freely.
That was a call came in. I ain't censoring shit. I know you've been out there with Mr. Joe petting them fucking white animals.
What? What the? Wait, baby, what?
I know you've been out there with Papa Joe petting them little fucking honky muppets.
Shonda, you crazy, baby. Look.
Not as crazy as your homeless ass is. I'm out this relationship,
Shonda?
Do, do, do. This line has currently been disconnected.
Shonda, answer the phone, bitch.
Do you see that story about? Have you been watching House of Dragons, the new Game of
I
Thrones
watched
show?
the first one and I couldn't understand what was going on, so I'm gonna start over.
They said, I just read an article. Is like they have a scene. It was in a brothel. Again, no spoilers, but there's a scene where they're in a brothel, and the main actress was like, they had extras in there who met each other that day, who had to 69 for 14 hours on set that day.
Really? Ooh. Okay. This is my question for you then, man. If you're throwing out some real gas out here, would you rather be the person on the top or on the bottom, you think?
Bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of relaxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're chilling.
Yeah.
You could rest. I bet they made them switch like every half hour.
But no, because continuity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You get deep into editing, you find out that they had to stay exactly the same spot. Yeah. And probably doing the same thing, too.
Oh.
It's not a joke, dude. They probably had to literally, because they're doing the same shot over and over, and they have to have, if they switch angles, the people in the back have to be doing the same thing. So if you're doing this, and you got to do the same speed, 12 hours.
69 is for children. I think it's hard. The older you get, it's harder to do.
Yeah.
You know? I've always thought that 69 is more for children. Not children, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
of people who want to fuck that are
Yeah,
whatever
like-
age,
like-
as long as they're both cool with it.
I almost hit an ace in Frisbee golf. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty cool.
What is an ace? Is it like a racial slur? Just say what you mean, man. We know who you're talking about.
I love it.
Fucking pussies nowadays, man.
I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah, I think they thought I was some crazy right-wing wigger kind of dude, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of times. And so
That's a great idea for a show.
I pitched it. But nobody wants what you pitch.
If that's the log line, they're like, what's this show about? Like, it's just a crazy right-wing wigger.
Yeah.
And he's his friends. And like, it's fucking,
dude.
Green light it, let's go. 22 episodes.
BLM, son. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Oh, fuck.
Ellis H. coming in, talking about his real life, laying it down. I love it. Very powerful.
Fuck yeah, baby. BLM, baby.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, never in the world has there been a better time where you could literally set a phone up in your yard.
It's crazy.
And start a carnival.
Yeah. You could.
For the whole world. You could literally say, hey, Mom, come out here. hit her with something, right?
Do you think you'd be able to do that if you had you're getting into acting a little bit, aren't you? A little thinking about it, or?
Yeah.
So do you think that you'd be able to do that? A big part of your script?
I would say, look, man, I'm going to try. I'm not going to make any promises, and I think we should have an alternate ending to this scene.
Yeah.
Because my whole life, I've never been a great, that's not been like, I'm good like when the guy walks to the ring.
Yeah.
And the music's playing, dude.
Yeah.
And they're checking him down, and the big black guy shows up and pats him down or whatever.
But that's before foreplay.
Yeah, but I'm good at that. I'm good at fucking let's be ready.
Yeah.
We ready. I'm good at all the intro music and everything. It's just once it starts, I think sometimes it's just too much. I don't know if it's the viscosity or what it is. And then I'm just not a distance runner. I'm more of a shot put.
Yeah.
Hey,
But I mean that's in the Olympics. And people can make careers off that. I don't think it's good ones. I think you probably have to have another one as well.
That's true, dude.
But still.
You're lucky to have background on like a Campbell's Chunky Subad, I think is your...
You might actually be in that scene that we were talking about earlier.
I will say that. They had a lady with big boobs who, it was trans person who had big boobs, and the kids were loving it at school. So there you go. This lady has got those frickin' damn rib bonnets, dude. She's got some bangers.
There's a place for her at Hangers and Bangers.
Bro, there's no way you can't. There's no way you can park in front of those and not get a ticket, huh?
Do you think there could be a place where, and this is kind of a good.
Look at that one, dude. Oh my God.
What do you think?
What?
What is she teaching? Dude, is she in whiteface? Go up.
Oh, she probably is, like Lester Holt. He's a white dude. I've always long thought that. Yeah, he has a very like there you go.
I mean, that's whiteface.
How can you have huge tits and have a look on your face like you're looking at huge tits at the same time? But see, this is how they're tricking people, and this is probably Biden doing this.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to get more people to accept trans, right?
Yeah.
And just be more comfortable with it.
Mm.
So you send in somebody like this, you send in, you know, a real.
And then afterwards, you just take anybody.
Yeah, I mean, this is Transmala Anderson right here, dude. I mean, they fucking sent in, they put the biggest tits. But you don't even notice that they got that wand, baby. They got that yanker, baby. They got that door knocker right under them. And look at those legs, look like a man's legs. How many commercials, dude? Jesus Christ. God, dude. Bro, I bet.
Wait, she teaches a wood chopping class?
Yes. Of course she does, baby.
There's a lot of wood in there, dog.
Can you believe this? But see, this is how they're going to get everybody. By baiting them with this kind of stuff. Because, you know, it's just been kind of like this weird, like, what's going on? But now, I mean, this is crazy, dude. I mean, this is crazy.
And look at that mask, but what?
I don't know. And why doesn't she swim? See, if she got in the pool and swam, I would fucking be supportive of it. Dude, there's no way that broad would make it off the dock. I mean, there were some god damn, bro. Bro, if one of those bounced into the street, a kid would go get it, dude. Those things are fucking.
You know, with a fucking seagull. No, they send you to fucking Paris Island debt.
What Marines are they putting Lee in?
My own private Marines.
Oh, yeah,
This is the church what's happening now, dog.
I love it, bro.
We got our own Marines. They come in all shapes and sizes.
Amen. Well, enlist me,
Lee's
man.
got a use in the Marines. When you know.
No, I don't.
Weird place, and it's one thing that's unique to me is my childhood and my perspective of it. You know.
Yeah. It will. You grew up in.
I grew up in Covington, Louisiana, and our town's famous. Lee Harvey Oswald went to our middle school. Pistol. But like Tulane University had their primate testing facility in our town. That's where most people worked at, right? So, and in 1994, like 70 infected monkeys got out in our town, and they literally, the police came to YMCA summer camp and let the oldest kids leave to help them look for these monkeys, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, and I remember like guys, they had guys with like rebel flags in their truck. I'm like, it's not a racial thing, guys. These are fucking 70. These are chimpanzees and macaws that are loose around town. You know, this isn't a gang that's moved in. You know, but I remember me and a couple of other kids. I still remember having a wet bathing suit on, cornering a fucking chimpanzee outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters with a police officer and 3 other kids, like rah rah rah, you know, by this drive-through, and this fucking fat elf of a woman honking at us like we're ruining her, you know, dream shake she's buying or whatever, and her fucking cornbread while we're trying to fucking save our town from a fucking. Who knows what this monkey had?
From a
maybe
fucking
yellow
Planet of
fever.
the Apes apocalypse.
Yeah, maybe something Walter Reed missed. Could have been yellow fever.
Wait.
I really feel like I grew up in the stray animal belt of Louisiana, and they don't really have this anymore because everybody has pets now. But they had a long time where there was just, I felt like thousands of strays running around. Like Joey Diaz, he got bit by animals. I got jumped by a bunch of cats on my birthday once, dude. I'm not even joking, dude. And one of them, I swear to God, some of them got me on the ground, and one of them came off a fucking rooftop from next door. I swear to God, I still remember a couple of them were getting me and looking back and seeing one come from something in the air. And they had tons of stray animals where I was from. You couldn't You had to infuse that in everything you did, wherever you went, or if you were going to bike or play ball. Cats. And that'll make you feel like a little bitch, too. I mean, first of all, your dad's dying, and now there's cats jumping you. It's just really... But anyway, so I was like, we used to pull these bodies off of the interstate and bury them off the highway, right?
Holy shit.
Because dogs were getting hit there. I mean, literally, they were fucking piling up. You know? And I remember one time we found a bunch of nudie mags in the ground. Somebody had hid a bunch of, pornography in the dirt. And I remember we got down, and somebody we realized, I'd never seen any sex before, right? So somebody cut out all the pictures of the actual insertion points in these magazines. There was probably 11 pornography magazines. Club, some of the older ones, Club, finer ones I thought actually.
Yeah.
Penthouse. But where the exact penis and vagina insertion point happened, and in every picture somebody cut that out. And taken it with them, I guess. And I don't know if they did it because they didn't want people to see that, or they wanted to have it all, But I remember just weird shit like that, and that's when I started realizing this shit didn't happen to everybody. Like, for some reason, God put all this weird shit in front of me, and so those are the things that I need to focus on. And that's when I started thinking that I became a little bit more confident, because I know what I'm talking about, I think.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what I'm explaining a place that I know,
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to be like...
Oh, when you started talking about where you grew up on stage, you got more confidence. You knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, I knew what I was talking about. So that just helped with my confidence. So now I can tell some older jokes and bits, and there's more confidence there. But now I'm also being able to just tell new stories and still keep that same perspective that I had with these other bits.
Was there racism in Covington?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory where you just bombed? When you're bombing, you got to dig yourself out. Have you ever one where you don't get out?
Yeah. I got two of my crazy memories. One time, some dude laughed so hard at the show, he came out of the closet to his buddies just right in front of him. Swear to God, he's just like, I'm gay! It like fucking literally like jarred something in his stem, And his buddies are like, what the fuck, dude? It's right up by the front.
You made him laugh so hard, he just admitted he's gay.
One of his buddies spilled beer.
Yeah.
I'm gay. Yeah. And his buddies are like, what the fuck, dude? And it was awkward because it seemed kind of real.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've had people say a lot of stuff. You're like, that guy's retarded. But this guy seemed like he might have been honestly homosexual. And then the other time that I really bombed was, because I'm not trying to fucking, bringing anybody to the other side of the sexual ledger,
Well.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I fell asleep one time. This cop wakes me up, right? He goes, Did you see them? Do you know where they're at? And I'm like, what the fuck? I have no idea what's going on, right? He goes, somebody called in 2 wolves were found, bro. I lived in this side town for a little while during high school. Fell asleep at the fucking wheel, right? So I'm dead asleep. The cop wakes me up, right? He's like, did you see it? And I'm just like, what? I'm just thinking, what was it? Did I do it? Was I involved in it? Who am I? And he's like, talking to somebody else, the other guy who's probably just across the street, And he's like, somebody called it in, 2 wolves fighting in the intersection. And I'm like thinking, we don't even have wolves in Louisiana, So how are you really out here looking for that?
But also, shouldn't you solve crime?
But also you have a
see 2 wolves fighting
driver who's obviously stalled out at a stoplight.
Hey, bro, wake up. Yeah. What, he's the worst cop of all time.
The worst.
Oh, my God.
And he'd be like, all right, if you see anything, let us know. And they were out.
No problem, officer.
See
you like catching wolves fighting.
Damn
Meanwhile,
wolves.
I'm drunk as fuck.
Don't start. Let them get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted on the show.
I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know who saved me, bro? I think it's a brother saved me, man. And I don't know if you're out there.
Would you stop already? You got electrocuted.
Yeah, at the fair. At the fair, they used to let us. They used to let us come in a day early to the fair and test the rides. We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know we were guinea pigs. 30 cents. Get on the rides. Please on the 1s and 2s now. Like a fucking. You look like a fucking Eminem.
Humans?
Yeah, just people that are just smoking their own dicks out there who have no real like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've met some people who, Yeah, they're breathing, but that's it, really.
Yeah, this
You
idea
know?
that we're all created equals. You've never met anybody that's a genius if you say that. I've met some people that I'm like, I talk to them, I go, oh, I'm like a monkey compared to you.
Dude, I talked to your buddy Eddie Bravo, and that guy is a real.
He's out there.
He's like a deaf Jack Russell almost, you know.
A deaf Jack Russell?
Yeah, because once he gets going, you can't.
Oh, Jack Russell Terrier?
Yeah, you ever been around one of those dogs? You open the car, and then the next thing you know, they're at the they're like sick. Yeah.
But well, how's he deaf?
Because you can't get him back. Like once he goes, you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't get him back in the car. Like you're sitting there honking the horn, you can't. That guy's out there. You know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about, but I've never heard anybody make a description like that. A deaf Jack Russell Terrier. That is hilarious.
He's extravagant, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for them. I hope they get the. I think it'll come around.
The SAG-AFTRA strike. Yeah, right here. Negotiations cratered over AI, streaming revenue sharing, pay hikes, and more. Can you get to that article just a little bit?
That's tough.
I did like what Fran Drescher said. I thought it was pretty cool. Did you see her video?
No, the nanny?
Yeah.
I used to have a crush on her as a kid.
Who didn't, dude?
It's a weird choice that she's the head of this. How did it become her?
Well, the funny thing was a lot of people didn't know, right?
Yeah.
Because like you get the things in the mailbox that it's like vote for this person, you know, and I always try to vote for like I vote for like the wildest person to put in there because sometimes they're on there.
Right.
You know, it's like Wendy Williams.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
Kanye. Yeah, or Robert F.K. Jr.
Yeah, let's put somebody in there.
Yeah,
who's really gonna make something happen.
Yeah, let's shake it up. Oh, here we
Quite
go.
frankly, how far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right when giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It is disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history at this very moment. We stand in solidarity, in unprecedented unity. Our union and our sister unions and the unions around the world are standing by us, as well as other labor unions.
That's good. That's interesting, huh? I mean, I feel like she really you definitely feel what she's saying.
Yeah, they got millions and they can't give the writers some.
I know.
The residuals thing is a bummer.
Well, people on shows and you hear that they didn't make any money from them. You know, like you hear that a lot about the cast from like Saved by the Bell and stuff like that. Like they were on those hit shows.
Right.
And it just wasn't part of their deals.
I know.
So I think a lot of you have that old energy that's built up. So she went through all that. You
right.
know? The problem is on Twitter, you have so many people that come out against her and are like, "Oh, here's a millionaire," you know, trying to say what the regular person wants, and it's like, but still, somebody has to speak up, you know.
Yeah, and I think they'll be fine, but that sucks to be a writer and just like, we're not gonna pay you.
Well, also because a lot of the writers, they work on spec, you know. They do a project first and bring it forward.
Oh, yeah.
So I think when you partner in the fact they're doing all of that work, and then which some of those things never lead to anywhere.
True.
I mean, how many friends do we have that have probably written 5 scripts? I've written 3 scripts.
I've written 1 million packets.
Yeah.
SNL, whatever, TV show.
Yeah, and they just steal your jokes.
Yes.
Like, hey, here's my jokes. And like you never hear back.
I know. You actually have to sign a thing when you turn in a packet that says, "Hey, this is not yours anymore." You send it to us, and you're like, "That's my best sketch. I need that. Let me shoot it if you're not going to hire me."
It really is, man. It's such a it's a sick business, and there's never any accountability. You don't know once you send that packet off what happens.
Yeah.
And then now you have all these. Yeah, you have a lot of actors, and I guess they're worried about AI, which makes sense. You know, they're worried about all of that.
AI's getting good, man. People send me jokes that they put in AI in my voice, and I'm like, that's pretty good. That's better than anything I ever had. Also, I'm a robotic guy who tells jokes.
Wow.
Now AI's taking my shit.
It's a good point, huh?
Yeah, it's scary.
But I think maybe that's
a really hard time delaying gratitude.
Yeah.
Which is why they overeat, which is why they don't exercise, which is why they take pills. They want it now.
Jerking off even.
Yeah?
The number one.
Is that your number one?
I mean, it has definitely for my 20s.
Do you try not to look at porn?
Yeah.
How's that go?
I mean, it's gone better. If I'm real honest with you.
Being real honest.
I'll say this though, I do believe, and there's probably a lot of men that if you lay on your back and masturbate, have you done this?
I like how you just pointed at him.
I have no idea where you're going.
Where's he going?
If you lay on your back and jerk off with your legs in the air.
You keep saying this. Have you actually been doing it?
I don't know that I've done that.
I saw it. Somebody drew it somewhere, and I saw it.
Someone drew it like a diagram. This is the gayest thing ever.
I'm just saying.
Something about feet up in the air, whack it off.
You guys need to get your lives together.
Yeah,
man.
we do. I'm learning from you.
You guys have
Please
changed.
tell me more.
No, you guys have changed a lot. I'm just saying, if we could decipher the wind, we would figure all this out.
Maybe it's the Earth itself is trying to give us messages.
I got a video for you guys.
What's this? What is Biden doing? He fell down again?
Yeah.
Is this today?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't.
speech.
I can't anymore.
Well, here's the sad thing, man.
I
And I
can't.
say this because, look, my dad was 70 when I was born. My dad was an old man.
Yeah.
So I grew up around a lot of, environments where sometimes people would take advantage of my dad because he was old.
But he just fell. He didn't even fall for a reason. He
Right, but it's just
fell.
not fair. Like, at a certain point, you can't. It's not cool It's not cool to old people to do that to them.
No.
Like, he doesn't know this is happening to him.
Yeah, but he kind of does, and he's kind of a cunt.
Well, that could be true, but he doesn't know.
He's always been a cunt, though. If you go back and listen to that guy lying about his education record and lying about his accomplishments, and he's always been a problem.
Yeah, politician, that whole it's a fucking.
And also all the fucking stuff with his son and the ties to Ukraine and China and the money. The family they got paid millions of dollars, and everyone's trying to obscure it because, well, it's better than Trump. Better than Trump. If that guy was a Republican, they would be up his ass with a microscope.
I know, it is unbelievable.
But he represents the what they thought was a sane alternative to what President Trump was.
Yeah.
They thought this is insane. Donald Trump is the president. Fuck that. Anything's better than him. And so they went with this corrupt career politician.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wild stuff, man. They even got the.
But how do we get out of that space? How do we? Because we're starting to turn into one of those kind of Central American countries where the government is so like it's crazy.
Yeah.
It used to be a long time ago. Like if the secrets of our country got out, like during Watergate or whatever, right?
Yeah.
People were like, fuck no. But now, if the secrets get out, people are like, fuck yes, tell us what's going. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting how that's kind of changed. Like, before it would be like if any top secret documents or whatever were released, it would seem like wrong.
Well,
but now if they're released, we want to know what it is. It's like, does that make any sense?
Well, when was top secret documents released that are showing that someone is behaving in an illegal way, where it's bad? I mean, Watergate. That was what Watergate was all about.
Yeah.
They found out that Nixon was spying. I mean, I think the problem is that, first of all, the media is overwhelmingly left-leaning. And if you have a left-leaning politician or a left-wing Democratic politician, and then you have this media that essentially works to support that person, I mean, they ignore any information that leads to distrust in the government or distrust in this administration or distrust in this party, this political party.
Yeah, it's the dark arts, man.
It is the dark. That's the real dark arts.
It really is. And you know what? What I think one thing that we need, I think, would be nice. What if I wish there was an app, right? And everybody has an app idea, but I wish there was an app where, when you went to a business, you could tell where they put their political money, right? So then it would start to affect the bottom lines of companies. So then those companies would stop, because I think you have to get
Well, little of that's going on right now with all the woke shit. Like Target lost billions of dollars because they tried to have this pride selection.
Oh yeah, gay mannequins.
Yeah, they had all these like pride children's shirts and
gay children. Yeah,
and then obviously the Bud Light thing with Dylan Mulvaney. They've lost $20+ billion. You imagine you're just gonna send a fucking can to some confused person that day 365 of womanhood, and you send that person a fucking can with their face on, and your company loses $20 billion. That is wild shit, man. So we're seeing that now, where we never saw that before, where people are going, enough.
Right.
Enough. Stop shoving this down everybody's throat. When I go to Target, I don't want to see, like, fucking tuck pants where like they're designed to help you tuck your dick. Like, hey, that's not normal. And I don't want that right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
It's
I don't want to
weird.
see a didiaper for a baby where they can hide his dick under him or whatever.
I don't think they have those, but
they will soon.
They might. But there's a lot of just fucking real weirdness with this group of people that is trying to like change the way people view sexuality and gender and all these different. It's like they're proselytizing. It's not as simple as they're.
You would stop that I would think you would stop that. Say if they had an application where I could say, okay, I'm going to go buy coffee, I'm going to go buy a hat, I'm going to buy a corset, whatever I want to get, and I can look on this app first.
I'm just picturing you with a cup of coffee, a hat, and a corset.
Yeah, dude, whatever, dude. You got to fucking look out for yourself, dude.
I'm picturing you buck naked with a corset on, drinking a cup of coffee with a hat on.
I'm fully clothed,
jerking off
bro.
with your feet in the air.
Hey, bro. Hey, dude.
You've changed.
No,
you
bro.
fucking changed, bro.
You got the fucking wrong idea, dude. What's in these?
A lot. Take another sip of that. Get yourself right.
But
Take
if there
a
was
sniff.
an app, though, that's what I want. An app where I say, if I support this company, right, with
what does
my
that company
money,
support?
what does that company support?
Right.
Because then I think you're going to get a lot of people are going to be able to support, at least put their money where their beliefs are.
I think there's a thing like that. There's like there's an app that shows like America, like supported America apps. Woo!
But
There's
you
like-
need an even one. You need one that's like, but for both, you need one that's down the middle.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, there's a lot of companies now that are like really emphasizing American made.
Yeah.
What if these melatols are American made? Woof.
Ooh.
I'm a part of a company called Origin, and Origin produces. They make everything in America.
My wife's the same way. My wife's not relying on, my wife will handle stuff.
Right.
Whatever it is, she can handle it.
Yeah, you got to get it capable.
Is emotionally capable. Because when you end up with a spouse, whether it's the man or the woman, that relies on you to make them feel good emotionally, that's the one that will pick you apart. So you got to be careful. That one's a good one to look out for. So in the end of the day, I guess what I'm saying is you got to have balance. You got to build a strong structure. And the point I was going to say with this guy is Jace, while you're investing in your family, you're building them. You're making your family stronger so that they can stand on their own, so that in the long run, you have more freedom in your life because you won't have this family unit that's totally relying on you for every little thing.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, makes them better off in the world. When they grow up, they go out and they dominate the world because they're capable.
Yeah. Damn, dude. Yeah, I don't think anybody taught me shit growing up, dude. I don't know if I know
What about,
more.
didn't you learn a lot of stuff from Daniel?
Oh, dude, Daniel was a fucking bad influence, dude. He was drinking hot hose water, bro. First sip.
Oh, no, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I heard you talking on the podcast about how, like, your first girl is sort of like the hot hose water. And I was thinking, well, that doesn't really make any sense. And then I realized it does, because here's what happens with the hot hose water. When you first start drinking it, it's all hot and uncomfortable. But then all of a sudden you get to the cold part and you're like, oh yeah. So it's the same thing with your first girl. You're kind of like awkward. It's all like doesn't taste good. And all of a sudden you get kind of through that to the coldness and you're like, okay, this is good. So yeah, you do remember that first hose pipe.
Yeah.
Hitter.
Wow, Jocko's loving that dinner, man. That's good, man. Dude, one of my first girlfriends had real short hair, dude, and she looked like a young man, Yeah. And I don't know if I really wanted to be her boyfriend, but I don't know if I had a choice.
Yeah, you were just
dude,
a pawn.
bro. She used to, when the school bus would come, it would bring my brother and his friends from the bigger school, and they'd pick us up after. She would pick me up and start making out with me. Bro, it was so fucking embarrassing. And sometimes I would wrap my legs around her. I didn't know what else to do, bro. And they would fucking call us all kind of names and shit.
How old was she compared to you?
Man.
Like
I don't
27?
know. Yeah, I don't even know if she went to our school. It could have been a woman. But God, man, that was fucking, everybody has their Vietnam, you know? That shit was insane, man.
The idea that we can't compete with each other, I think has something to do with it. To say, hey, we don't want to compete with each other. Like, no, actually, you are going to compete with people. And if you don't think you're going to compete, man, you're going to have a hard life, because life is about competition. And again, does this mean I'm competing with everyone? Does it mean I'm like, hey, I'm going to get more downloads than Theo, right? I don't really care, man. I hope you get more downloads than me, but I'm competing with you. I'm competing with myself. I want to do a better job. That's what we're doing, right?
And it brings everybody up.
Exactly. Whereas if you get told all the time, hey, you don't know, being strong is bad. Hey, standing up for yourself is bad. Hey, if you have an opinion, it's better if you just accept everyone's opinion. It's like, no, actually, you can have your own opinion. That's okay.
Yeah.
And so I think a combination of those things I think that ends up putting in a certain generation has put guys in a situation where they look up and they say, there's something in them that wants to be a warrior, right? That wants to compete, that wants to fight, that wants to win, but they've never been able to nurture that thing.
Right.
It's never been given any water.
Right. And it's not even been allowed to even kind of peek its head around it.
Exactly. Because a mom or dad saying, no, it's okay, everyone's a winner. It's like, no, actually, you feel it, right? You lose the game and you're like, man, I'm a loser. And someone says, no, it's okay, you're still a winner. You don't feel that way.
Fuck that. Sherman's a fucking loser, bro. That's what I remember. This one dude, and then this dude, one time they had this kid in our school named Sherman, right? And he was a fucking loser, bro. And he wasn't probably really, well, everybody thought he was a loser. He lost everything, dude. And then one day, the last day of school, I think in 4th grade, he somehow got some boom boxes and put them in the cafeteria, right? And turned them all on to Michael Jackson, right? This was the most ginger kid. He was so transparent. You could see him being alive. You could see all of his organs, right? I mean, just completely pale. And he fucking did the entire Michael Jackson dance on the tables and just blew the entire universe open.
Right.
And after that, I don't even know what happened. I think he might have went directly to the moon. Like he was just a straight champion after that.
You know, my parents, it wasn't them being bad parents.
Right. It was just what was going on.
But it was just what was going on. The dang, what were they called? Funny Bones. Have you ever had a Funny Bone before? It was like chocolate cup. It was like
Look it up, Nick.
It was kind of like a Twinkie. It was a creamy peanut butter filling.
Ooh.
So, you know, you could, and it wasn't no thing.
It sounds like the way I'd like to be buried, actually.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal. At least throwing a couple in there in the coffin. Dude, Funny Bones right there. Drake's, I couldn't remember that. Damn. So, yeah, my mom would buy, you know, like they got the 10-pack right there. Yeah, my mom would buy like 3 of those and just be, hey, what are you going to have for breakfast? A Funny Bone, maybe 3. So I think even though there's some things that make it easier to be less healthy nowadays, I think at least we're aware of it and we're not mainlining Coca-Cola in the morning.
Yeah, I guess there is. I remember, and as kids we would make that sound after we drank it. It was like that was like a big thing. But yeah, getting a Coke was, and your parents had Diet Coke, and you thought that was crazy. Like what fucking creepy senior is sipping that shit? But yeah, so yeah, it's like
I'm pretty sure I remember. I think I remember a world before Diet Coke. There was something called Tab.
Oh yeah,
remember
I've seen
Tab?
That. It was really had a very strange font on the can.
I think that was the first kind of diet soda.
Oh really?
Yeah, that I can remember, because Coke was just Coke. There wasn't anything else. It was just like, it wasn't Coke Light and Coke everything else. It was just Coke.
Yeah.
With 97 grams of corn syrup
brother.
per shot.
Yeah. Coke, yeah, and they're supposed to refresh you. That's insane when you think about that.
Yeah, but that's how it was.
But yeah, I guess I wonder if there was any positives to it. I mean, sugar's such a killer. Sugar's how much sugar's in this?
0.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what tastes good? What's making your sweetness?
Yeah, because I feel a little bit heated up.
Is that there's something called monk fruit in it, which is
Religious, no?
It's something not very religious. It's something like 87,000 times more sweet than sugar, or
Wow.
something. I don't know what the numbers, but it's
Right.
something like that. So it's super sweet.
3 times softer than cotton, you mean?
Yeah. But it's a fruit, and so we just put a little bit of that in there, and it makes it taste sweet, and it tastes natural. So yeah.
Yeah, it does. Pretty smooth. That. Mm-hmm. So they're all go. Is Jocko go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And do your kids have to drink it or not?
Yeah, there's too much caffeine in it for a kid. There's 95 milligrams of caffeine in it.
Fuck, man.
Yeah. So are you gonna go crazy now? You have to watch out.
I don't want to join the ROTC or something this afternoon.
No, it's like the same as a cup of coffee.
Okay.
So
would you guys? Did you do ROTC when you were younger?
No.
Because I remember there was this group at our school. It was like ROTC, and there was
for sure.
Nobody told us first of all what it was, right? Which was a huge alarm. Because suddenly after school there would be these kids running around the school with wooden guns, and you're like, what is going on?
Yeah. For me, I wasn't into that part of the military. I wasn't into thinking, hey, let's march around.
Yeah.
I was into the commando stuff. So what I actually got in trouble on the soccer team because I was leading runs and I was singing cadences. And I remember getting in trouble for, singing the cadence of Ho Chi Minh is a son of a bitch, which I was into that kind of thing.
Were y'all playing Ho Chi Minh?
No, we were not playing Ho Chi Minh.
You're like, oh, it's a goal. It's a goal, not a foxhole. You're like, everybody out of the goal.
Yeah. So but we didn't even have ROTC in my school. I grew up in a really small town in New England. I think there was 85 people in my graduating class or something like that. Yeah, it's really small.
So was it more the leadership then that you? Was it? I'm trying to figure out, like, kind of pinpoint what it was. And was it?
Bro, do you remember when you were a little kid, like, pretending that a stick was a gun?
Oh yeah, G.I. Joe, all of that.
That's it, man. That's it. And that was just a real strong feeling for me. Every kid, that's all we did.
Yeah, most of the kids stopped doing that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Wow.
I didn't. And when people would look and say, oh,
You're fucking elbow crawling across the graduation stage.
People see somebody walking around with a briefcase when you're a little kid and be like, wow, that person, like, they're getting in a Cadillac, like, whoa, that person's something like powerful, a banker or something.
Right.
And I'd never had that thought. I only thought, whoa, that guy's got a machine gun, or that guy's getting into a tank.
Yeah.
And that just was what I always wanted to do.
Wow. That's
so
cool,
So
man.
as you said, I just never stopped.
Yeah. I think there's also a thing, so I think it's that everybody's the same. There's this thing that it's not okay to be different or to, like, open up your mouth if you have a different perspective, because then at least you learn to be wrong. You learn to be right. You learn to, like, oh, well, maybe I am this way, or maybe I'm more this way, I think also there's a lot of things where a lot of parents aren't allowed to discipline their kids. Like, our parents feel, I think, more like they're not allowed to kind of discipline, Like, when I was growing up, you got spanked. I remember my buddy's mom would beat my ass all the time. I'm like, I don't even fucking know this lady, But she would whoop my ass. And I'm so grateful that she did. It was I mean, I still can feel sometimes that hand hitting my, my thighs, But I think there's definitely a discipline thing that goes on out there.
All right, I want to know from Jocko, and Theo, I love you, boy. You're my boy, Theo, but I want to know how quick he thinks he'd be able to tap you out. Just because I think it'd be kind of interesting. I think some other people will want to know too, but you're still my boy, Theo. I fucking love you, bro. But how quick do you think, how quick does Jocko think he'd be able to tap you out? And then also, do you think you'd be able to tap him out? Like if you did like bath salts or something? Because I know that shit has people feeling loopy, bro. That's my question.
Dang, man. That's a good question, dude.
Have you ever trained jiu-jitsu before?
I mean, I've trained, like, I've had, I've chased, like, a small animal around the house,
Have you ever trained jiu-jitsu
No,
before?
I have not.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. It wouldn't take very long.
Okay.
It wouldn't take very long.
What do you think, 2 or 3 minutes?
And this is the thing, man, I always try to explain to people, it's not because I'm a badass at all.
Right.
It's because I trained for a really long time. So what, like, sport are you really good at?
Probably outdoor activities, probably.
That's not a sport, bro.
Sorry. Let me think about something. Probably basketball.
Okay, so let's say let's say I never played basketball ever in my life.
Right.
And you and I played one-on-one.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd even score one single basket?
I bet you'd score one based on some of your abilities.
Okay, so one single basket and you beat me 11-1,
Yeah.
right? So in jiu-jitsu, it's the same thing. I just know I know the game. You don't know the game at all. And so it would be really easy. It'd be really easy, not just for me, but anyone that trained jiu-jitsu.
What do you think, 3-4 minutes probably?
To tap you out?
Yeah.
No.
What if I was wearing like a real slippery suit or something?
That might gain you a little bit of time, but we're talking sub 1 minute.
Oh, no way.
Unless you're, yeah.
What if it's windy out?
You've trained before.
I'm good in the wind.
You've trained before, though, right? You've trained
No.
jiu-jitsu, hasn't? Okay, then yeah, then that's where that's where that little hesitation, because that's what's amazing about it. Same thing when I first trained. When I first trained, I just graduated from SEAL training.
Jesus.
And I thought I was the man.
Yeah.
And I was 19 years old. I was, you just got done. It's the most elite training in the world and all this stuff.
At 19?
Yeah. And so this old Master Chief, like the oldest guy I'd ever seen.
Jesus.
He was probably like 40. Right?
yeah.
So
remember how old was when you were young?
Yeah. I was looking at him like, Grandpa, you
were
got
like,
nothing for
damn,
me.
Who's this old fucker with a driver's license?
So he goes, who wants to learn how to fight? And I'm like, hey, me.
Yeah.
So he brings us on the mat, and just lined up, there's like 5 of us new guys. And he tapped us all out.
Damn.
With less than a minute each. And that's what it is. That's what jiu-jitsu is. That's why people talk about it a lot. Because when it first happens to you, you can't even believe it. So and immediately when you get tapped out for the first time, when you're 19 years old and you're like,
yeah,
I can take anybody.
Oh,
no, that's wrong, because I don't know. Yeah, exactly. You're just pouring shots of your own urine.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
We didn't even give a fuck.
Just getting after that urine.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. I'd have a half a quart, bro. Who gives a shit? Bro, at 19-year-old piss is fucking, you know how much testosterone's in that shit?
Actually, I do. Zero.
Yeah,
bro. Zero. So
I don't know,
missed
bro.
out, man. You missed out.
You got to get to the bottom. There's something
Theoretically,
down
I like where you're at, but you're not really there scientifically. So yeah, that's what happens. You just don't know, and jiu-jitsu is a really powerful thing. And you should go train sometime.
I really want to go train, and I need to go train. I've been trying. What I've been focusing on this year.
You've been saying that for a while.
I know. Well, one of my fears is that I'm not flexible enough.
That has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with you not training. I have people that come to my gym that start jiu-jitsu when they're 52 years old.
Wow.
Or 43 years old, or whatever. It doesn't matter. You can get in there and you can train. Be careful. You don't want to train with like some 19-year-old kid that's been training for like 6 months.
Right.
That's all crazy.
Right. That has nothing to lose.
Don't go with him, because he's gonna take your arm and put it on his wall at home and be like, that's the Wild's arm. You see that one arm?
He's like, oh,
fool?
I got that hitter.
I got his other arm. So watch out for that guy. I think you should do is stretch. I mean, I hope you're doing like some kind of stretching protocol. That's a no.
Yeah, that's a no. Yeah, that's a no. That started with a Y though.
Yeah.
It's a
It's exactly. Yeah, I do know.
But that's why I've
do
been trying to get.
Because stretching is so unsatisfying.
Yeah.
I find it so unsatisfying. If there's the
Achilles heel.
The Achilles heel for me, or just the thing that I really don't like doing, even though I know it's beneficial, is I don't like stretching a lot.
Yeah.
So because you don't get.
Did you see that little kid, that Pentecostal kid recently? They had a kid who was speaking in tongues.
Oh,
he was
wow.
a young preacher.
Now, growing up, did you go to church?
We would sometimes. My dad would take us over there. My dad was so old when I was a child, and so he would walk over there to church, and he'd fall asleep. He'd fall asleep wherever we were.
Yeah.
And so when I got there, I was kind of on my own wherever we went. My dad was like, I'll introduce you to people. We'd sit down for a second till he could take a break, and then he'd be fucking dead asleep. Wow. So then I would just be kind of like in these places, and I had this sleeping father that felt uncomfortable. And then I was there and had to kind of like navigate some situations. That kind of stuff would happen a lot with my dad.
And what kind of church was it? Was it
Presbyterian?
Presbyterian.
Yeah. They had 3 nice oak trees, I remember. And they tried to do an insurance fire once or twice, but it didn't take. And great breakfast over there, though.
Right.
God, nothing will bring you home. Nothing will bring you to the Lord like a dang one of those donuts with pink frosting and fried
I just
egg.
think of like different churches. Like you remember, like we went to this church in Maryland that just amazing. You go and get pizza and donuts. And you're like, you're usually a little hungover on Sunday. And you're like, this is sweet. You know, a little kick from that lemonade. You're like, this is perfect.
Yeah, God knows what I need.
But
yeah, church was fun. I thought the funnest thing about church was just kids playing and stuff, like a social environment.
Yeah.
You know? And it used to be, that was the place you saw anybody. They didn't have all this other stuff. You had to, fight off yellow fever all week and dysentery and get everybody's butts clean and everything, and then wagging them up to church. And that's where you'd see somebody and hope somebody would, with a little bit of money, would make love to your daughter, or, that's where it happened. It all happened right there on the,
And, it's like, there is something strange about, because also I spent my 20s and, my 30s very much opposed to it. And then I married this woman that is Catholic. And I mean, I was raised Catholic, but kind of culturally. But there is something about, there's a quietness there that, there's something meditative about it. And maybe because it's so boring, but there is something about like, oh, I'm just standing there with my kids. I'm just sitting there with my kids. It's like the world slows down. Like you see why people go and why they have a connection to it.
Yeah, I love faith. I feel like I have a good faith. I like being able to close my eyes and I like to pray twice a day. I like to be able to think about God and talk or my God and ask him, what I can do for others and just things like that. Or if I need help, to offer me some suggestion. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, one of the best times I ever had in my life, or best I ever felt, was when I felt like I had a really strong connection to a higher power.
Yeah.
And I'd worked on it a lot, and it really came to fruition. And even if some people say, well, that's voodoo, whatever it is, doesn't matter. It worked. It worked as much as it was real, as far as I knew. And if that's the truth to me, then that's great.
Well, it's also, you talk about, you had mentioned before, ego, right? Like that humility, or just a concept of humility, is so necessary, right, to navigate this. Because if you let the ego take over, it's trouble. You know what I mean? And I know I know that to some people listening, that we just sound like we're saying gobbledygook, but like, it is one of those, like when you're somebody that the only way you can get that in line is having some humility, and the premise of religion or belief system that there's a higher power is very kind of, it's like that structurally, literally puts you in a position of humbleness. You know what I mean?
Because you're working alongside somebody else or for somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so grateful that there's something else out there that I can believe. Because, I think I rejected the world so much that I was in growing up that I wasn't going to take direction from anybody in it, probably. I hated my environment so much. I despised my fucking environment, It just, everything about it fucking hurt me. I felt like, right? That's how I felt anyway.
Yeah.
And so no one in the world of human probably would I ever really believe in, right? So you almost need this satellite to beam through this other entity to help me get adjusted to trust the world again. And so that's why because for me, and everybody can have their own thoughts. But for me,
as long as they're the same as mine, I'm fine with it.
But for me, man, because I wouldn't have believed, if you'd have said, hey, listen to this guy, I don't know if I would have done that. But you give me an invisible being, right?
Yeah.
Visually invisible, and there's just enough malleability in there for me to say, okay, I'm willing to try this, and then it opens up more of a door for me of of connection. Does that make any sense?
Yes, I think also even saying, I think, you know, the whole agnostic, I don't know, that's just where you got to be. You know what I mean? It's like I don't, you know, I think that human beings are so arrogant, and the assumption that like every generation has thought that they've had it figured out, and every generation has been wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, even, you know, so it's like, if we can't be like, we don't know, then we're really kind of starting from a bad position.
Lock myself out with the blender going. 2:30 in the morning, coked up out of my brain, right? Now I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall.
Oh, no.
And tell him, like, hey, man.
2:30 in the morning? I got locked out. And the blender's on, son. Oh, my God. He must have hated you.
Oh, the blender shorts out and smoke happens. The fire alarm starts going off in the building right as I'm at his door knocking, right?
Oh, my God.
So now he's pissed, and he's like, what's going on? And I didn't know what to say. I told him that I was throwing a late Christmas party, dude. It was fucking end of January.
How old were you at the time?
Huh? Oh, this is 2.5 years ago. So I was 30. I was 35. Bro, so he comes back to my apartment, right? He's fucking pissed. He unlocks the door. There's nobody in there.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, man, but it was fun.
Oh, my God.
That was fun.
How long did you live there for?
I still live there.
Whoa.
Yeah, we've passed. I mean, we've kind of, you know, like I've caught him doing some things. So I think we're all even.
Also, I'm drinking like Monster Energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss magnets.
Yeah.
They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going home to punch.
I don't know if the Monster is the cause of it. I think there's probably other factors.
Well, I'll say this: it's the beverage of choice of some of those gentlemen. I'll say that. Dude, we had owl 2 Thanksgivings ago. We had 2 owls at my sister's house.
Yeah, I saw one last night, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it was pretty. No, not last night. Night before last. It was pretty fucking cool. Pulled into the driveway and an owl took off. It was big too.
It's gross, I think.
Owls?
The meat.
Oh, you ate them? You saying?
Yeah, but well.
If you were a kid, okay, and you heard that Rocky song, dun, 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 you could run faster.
Oh,
you would get more fired up. You'd be able to do more push-ups or
Punch
more
your
chin-ups.
fucking stepdad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you will. Probably a lot of dudes.
Probably.
Dude, I remember being at the library when I was young, and this is back when they had books, you know?
What do they have now?
I mean, I don't even fucking know. Our library's still open? Who's in there? Just people trying to finger each other? Who's in a fucking library? Can you even imagine
I guess
being in a
people that just
library?
want books.
Yeah, but
What about
still.
homeless people? Do they allow homeless people in libraries?
Yeah, can we just start calling them shelters? You know what I'm saying? And serve lunch? And dude, we used to, you know, good, dude. We used to fucking go, you know, I remember driving to the Taco Bell and fucking doing steroids in the car, bro. We used to fucking, you know what I'm saying, bro?
Taco Bell parking lot?
Dog, I'd do 50 mLs just to fucking put down a fucking Mexican pizza, son. Let's
Wow,
go.
you're ready to get jacked. So I'm climbing right out of the sauna. See all the ice in there? So it's
Yeah.
me coming. I worked out, and then I went, and they usually do this. So look at this chunk of ice. See that shit? I usually do this right after cardio. So this is like a cardio session.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
You look like one of those turkeys when they tie it up and it gets all like kind of like lined out.
What?
You know what I'm talking about? When they put that rope around that the ham and it's got all the fucking
my 6-pack.
Yeah. Damn.
It's called working out, son.
Yeah, yeah, it is, bro. I didn't know what that end game could be like, baby. That's freaking wild, dude. Congratulations, man.
Just keep working out and you'll get there too. That was in a race, but there was other times where you'd see him swim underwater and he would gyrate his body like a dolphin would. Yeah, weird as fuck, man.
Yeah, man. I never wanted to be a fish, man, my whole life. I didn't. I didn't, man.
Whether or not this comedy thing was going to work out, I'm like, what am I doing? Now
Yeah.
I'm telling jokes? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then telling people when you go back home and they've never seen you, they've never heard of you, they think you're gay. They're just like, you won't they're like, you keep flying home, you don't have any money, and you're not bringing a girl home.
You're
you have
hiding
these
from
jokes.
something.
Yeah, you're hiding from something. You know,
Yeah.
just come out. I remember my stepdad is yelling at me in the yard one time.
Told you to come out?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not fucking gay, bro. I was like, I'm just not flying some girl home that I just met. You know, just to prove to
He
you
thought
guys.
He could catch you. He thought he could catch you in a lie.
Yeah, he thought maybe he was gonna leave a he's
gonna set a trap.
Yeah, he's gonna set a trap.
Yeah, he was setting a trap. Yeah, he's like a slick boxer. He's setting a trap for you. Just come out of the closet, boy. Like, what the fuck? Imagine if your grandma just shit all over your lawn. Just go out on the lawn and she shits in the yard, shits on the lawn. Like, oh, grandma's out there shitting. I gotta go clean up her shit.
Yeah.
I love her, but God, I hate cleaning her shit.
Yeah, I would hate cleaning up probably human shit for some reason. But I remember
More than dog shit?
Well, when I was a kid, they had a boy in our neighborhood named Mario, right? And he was, dude, he ended up dying, actually. He did some pills and drove into an embankment. But when I was young, he would shit in his yard, make me bury it. And that's how I was allowed to be friends with him.
How did he make you bury it?
He just asked me to do it, and I was afraid not to do it, I think.
He said, hey, yo, dude, you're not going to believe this, but I took a shit, and it's out my yard. I can't even bury it because I'll throw up. Can you do me a favor and go bury it?
Yeah. He was dark, man. He had a real dark vision. And he probably, honestly, dude, he probably shit 200, 300 times, and I buried it.
No.
I swear to God.
Come on.
I swear to God. I swear to God, dude. And he
how'd you not run out of places to make new holes? Did you think you ever dug up old shit to put in new shit?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. We basically had the only setup I had, and I didn't even have a strong system. The only setup I had was one of those plastic, beach.
Oh no!
Like a beach setup, dude. I'm talking. I was 7.
So wait a minute. This 7-year-old was doing this. How old was he?
He was 8 or 9.
Oh, he was tricking you by being older.
He was older, and
2 years when you're 7 is a long stretch. You know, when you're 32, 32, 34, that doesn't mean shit.
Whatever, dude.
7 and 9, that's a big stretch.
Yeah, you go shit at your house, buddy. That's what I tell people now. But,
so for what was do you remember the first? There's no way you really remember.
I remember
what
100%.
he said.
I don't remember what he said, but I remember.
How did it happen? How did it happen? Will you find yourself with a plastic shovel and another person's shit going, damn. How did it come to this?
Well, it came to it because I know.
How so?
He just had a little bit of like he was kind of slithering. You know what I'm talking about?
He knew how to manipulate you.
Yeah, he was.
Obviously, you buried his shit 200 plus times.
He had the same color in the outside of his eye and the inside of his eye. You know what I'm talking about?
A demon.
Yeah, like a light demon.
El Diablo.
Yeah, like a El Diablo, but also who was in elementary school.
Oh, interesting.
But dude, it is crazy. I bet a lot of people that have deficiencies and stuff like that.
What do you mean?
Immediately think you're their guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see somebody with a vitamin deficiency or severe, DNA deficiency or something, immediately being like a chromosome deficiency, being like, oh, this is our guy. This is our mayor. This is our Wizard of Oz. You don't think that at all? Come on, guy.
Little guy.
But I want to say this,
You know what,
bro.
guy? Guy, can I just say this, guy?
Yeah.
It's your tone, man.
Is it really?
And sometimes your tone, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's it.
My bad.
I have eyes. I look at myself in the mirror.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't go, hey, like Fonzie, right? I just go, you know what I mean? But and so when I was at that coffee shop with her the first day, it was a long couch we were sitting on.
Mm-hmm.
And she was really close to me. And she just locked eyes with me. And she was literally interested about everything that I was saying.
Oh, that would scare me.
Yeah, and she was hot too, so I was like, oh, what the fuck? I was hard.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, my dick got hard. It's hard now.
Oh, that's cool.
You can't tell through the jeans.
You can't tell. Yeah, I can imagine telling at all. It happened with me. I went on a fast one time, and people know this, but I fucking, they had this dude at the Best Buy, this boy named Ben, and I think he might have been a man. You don't know. You guys are kind of hide and go seek when it comes to what age you are. But I was so hungry I hadn't eaten in 5 days, and I thought I could eat this man. Like everybody I just had this weird thought come in my head, like I could fucking eat this guy.
Yeah.
And he was Vietnamese.
And I knew right then.
The
that I
way
could-
you say that, though, Vietnamese is real crazy.
Like, what do you mean, Vietnamese?
Vietnamese. I mean, the way you say it.
I don't move my neck like that.
Yeah,
like
Vietnamese. It's like you're back in Nam. And
Whoa, bro.
And you're Kevin Dillon, and you're shooting a Vietnamese guy's leg, and he's hopping up and down. You go, yeah, Dan's Vietnamese. Right.
Dude, no, I say the Viets, bruh. You know
Yeah,
what
the
I'm saying?
Viets, yeah.
I'll fucking gum down a Viet in a heartbeat, man.
Yeah, I
what I'm
think
saying?
yeah.
Because Vietnamese people, to me, very much a delicacy, very much edible, and very like passionate to the face.
Yeah, no, man.
You don't think?
Nah, man. I think that.
What are you gonna eat? I dare you to eat a black woman, dude. She'll be pissed. What are you gonna fucking eat?
Yeah, her just
Oh, yeah. You're having her leg, but she's just sitting up there like.
She's dead, but she's still. That's her like reflexes. You know what I mean? Is that?
I'll tell you what I didn't learn.
Okay. Say something.
I didn't learn that a cup and a plate are the same fucking thing. They're not the same thing.
Depends on who you ask. Depends on where you are, how strong the gravity is in an area, how fresh the cup, how recently you made it, how warm is the clay. A fucking cup is just a plate is just a wide cup. The sides can't get along, bro.
A poem?
That's all it is.
Yeah.
No, man, that's the truth, dude.
Wow.
Go beat a plate apart with a hammer and then tape it together.
Yeah.
And don't do a good job. You
So
got
would a
plate.
bowl be the same as a plate?
Go beat a cup apart. I'm sorry, with a hammer.
That's true. You flatten it out. Maybe there's
And
a
tape
plate
it together.
Right.
What do you have?
You have a fucking plate, dude.
You got a plate.
And he fucking won.
How does he
Theo
do it?
Vaughn, I don't know how you
How
do
does
it,
he
dude. You're crafty, dude, huh?
Chinkmate, man.
Would you say chinkmate?
I wouldn't say chink. I said checkmate.
I heard
chinkmate.
Oh my bro,
Bro.
don't set me up for racial shit.
I'm not.
dude.
I'm not. But dude,
Whoa, I would never say
Can
that.
I just say this though, dude?
Yeah.
A couple of things you did already. Okay.
I would never say that,
Put
bro.
your fucking Tom Cruise Strictly Business glasses on, okay, dude? So this is what I'm saying, dude.
Dude, I just washed my hair today.
I know you look great. But what I was saying though is that you accused me of making tunnels.
Mm-hmm. I didn't say that.
And
I said you might have
and you
heard.
said chinkmate.
I would never say that, dude.
Clever pun.
Very clever.
I feel like for me, it's really hard for me to know what you guys' emotions are. Like I know like white emotion because I've been around it. You know,
Right.
it's very easy. But Asian people, I feel like they never pay attention to me.
Yeah.
I feel like that they don't care about white people. And I
That's
feel
crazy.
Really?
That's insane. They don't say anything to me either.
But it seems weird if you care. Like I don't know, they just seem hard to interact with.
Like,
a lot
look
of
at me right
times.
now. I
Yeah.
love you.
I love you too.
No, I really do love you.
I love you too.
As a human being.
And I love you too as a human.
And does that feel good or no?
Yeah, I believe you.
You do believe me?
Yeah.
I was lying. Wow. That was good acting. Huh?
Unbelievable, dude.
I don't really have any feelings towards you.
Wow, bro.
Yeah.
Oh
You're a
my
piece of shit.
God,
You're a piece of
dude.
shit. Yeah.
That was
Like
a
if
lot-
you died, I would just be like, what?
Oh, come on.
Theo died? I'd be like, oh, okay.
Oh, come on.
And I would just move on with my day.
Dude, I know
What?
this. You guys are going to control the future, though. I was just in China, and bro, you guys are coming in hot. Bro,
What do you mean?
there were, some guy jumped off of a building, killed himself.
Yeah.
7 Asian people came out of him, like just a lot. Like it's
Whoa.
not ending, bro. It's not ending with the Asians. It's full. You guys are going full throttle. So love is in the air. You guys have been lovers for how long?
This is our 6th
6 years of loving.
Wow.
year
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
And when was the first time that you guys, if it's okay to talk about it, when was the first time that you guys had sexual intercourse?
Probably
Well,
2 months. No, that's not true. A month into our relationship.
Month and it took
right?
a month
But he had to drive. I mean,
to
he had
Long
to
Beach,
put in
bro.
the work.
Every day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I went. She didn't even come into my place for a month.
Did he Uber or did he drive?
I drove
He
to
drove.
fucking Long Beach every day.
I'm asking the woman. He drove down there?
He did, and he
And what
didn't
would he
try
do
to
when he
mask
came?
his filth either.
He didn't try to.
No, he didn't try. He didn't clean his car. He
Oh.
had piles of like bottles and just dirty underwear, everything.
Oh,
he
it reminds me of my
trying to.
dad, bro. It's so gross.
But I was like, okay, well, I respect that. This is his baseline, and he's not trying to front like he's anybody else.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So there was no bait and switch, huh?
Mm-mm.
Did he?
There were a few, but more of a maybe an effort thing, not really a cleanliness thing.
Mm-hmm.
From the get go, I knew he was a pig, hygiene wise.
He was a hygiene risk, they call it.
Yeah, for sure. Hepatitis risk.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Wow. Are you asleep or awake?
I had to get my booster shot.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, he seemed like that guy who's definitely got that fever in him. You know, he's got the potential for fever.
Liver fever.
Oh, if you look, I couldn't even imagine seeing one of his blood cells under a microscope. Who would even know? It's probably just sitting there fucking vaping, you know? So you guys, the full 1 month, and you guys got into sex. Now, how did that kind of start? Or where was the first date? I just want to learn about love. It's Valentine's. I want to learn about y'all's love.
We can talk about love.
What are you? Dude, I feel like I'm on Yellow Mirror. Have you seen that show? Got him.
Bro, Yellow Mirror was very good.
Thank you.
And I would have give you more of a laugh if I wasn't so enraged right now.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah.
But
let me say something right now, dude.
Okay.
That was fucking funny as fuck.
Thank you.
All right, but listen to me, okay?
Yeah, I am.
Don't talk to me that way.
I won't do that.
Okay, because I'm here as well.
Yes.
We fucked a month in.
Okay. So yeah, I can't believe Brendan Schaub tried to bang your girlfriend, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You mentioned that.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there is, you know, in my head, there is that fear.
Right. Do you think he would?
I think that if I had died, or if we broke up, that he would.
What if you just got really sick for like a week?
Like I was in a coma? If I could see that.
A coma, but you woke up to piss.
Yeah, but I was in like a sleeping coma, like walking around coma.
No. In the bed coma, but you get up to pee, so nobody.
So I'm not in a coma then. There's no coma like that.
There could be.
Okay, let's just. I have this weird disease where I'm in a coma, but I can pee.
Yeah.
And if I think that if
they call it the yellow sleep, they call it. You know.
I've had the yellow sleep.
Yeah. And it's just yellow because of peeing, not because you're Asian.
I don't know.
Okay, well.
I mean, when you said,
okay,
I know, but I'm just saying that
they call it.
I know, but
they call it.
I know, but what I'm saying though is what I'm saying.
They call it General So's.
No, yeah,
That's what they call it.
But it's just like I just want to say this is that. Just don't say yellow sleep.
My bad.
Again.
They call it the Kung Pao coma. That's what they call it. Pretty crazy, man. It's just tough, you know. It's you know, disease because you obviously have something. If you're sleeping 23 hours a day, bro, after that, you're asleep 24 hours a day. That's dead. So, you're 60 minutes away from needing someone to take care of your beautiful girlfriend, brother. And don't you worry about it. I will make sure that I know you've been making sure she stays asleep. I'll make sure she stays awake, brother. Love you guys, man.
You know, and I'm gonna say something crazy, and I've never really said this before, but I don't think I have any friends. Like you're a friend, right?
Yeah.
But are we?
Yeah, we're friends.
I know, but
we're not like best friends.
Exactly.
No. But also in LA, it's hard because we live far away.
Yeah, in LA,
you sleep a lot. And we're both out of town a lot.
Don't blame it on me, man.
But you do sleep a lot.
That has nothing to do with our friendship.
So do you? So you guys had sex, and after that, then what happened? Because then you was there love in the air already? Was there pretty strong love, or were you guys still kind of figuring it out? Do you think? I'm just curious about love and like
in the
big.
Dude, okay, I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Oh wow,
okay?
Somebody's getting mum.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you right now. Okay, is that I met her on Tinder.
Yeah.
Right, and I was smashing grabs.
Wow.
Smashing grabs.
In fact, on our first date, he was showing me other Tinder dates he had done.
Wow. It was like that show, Supermarket Sweep. I think there was an episode of Highway to Heaven, actually, with Michael Landon and Victor French.
You love Michael Landon so much.
Well, most of America does. So this is why you're disconnected. But they had an Asian boy on there, and I think they picked him up. He was a hitchhiker. And they picked him up and dropped him off in a different town.
There's no way. Can you look that up, please? If there's an episode,
Please look that up.
Yeah, if there was an episode of what's the show called?
Highway to Heaven.
Highway to Heaven, and if there was an Asian boy hitchhiking,
probably one of the 60 or 70 most popular shows.
I've never even heard of it, and that's the truth.
Really, Victor French won an Academy Award.
Okay.
you know, my thing now sometimes if I get lonely by myself and stuff, if I'm by myself, I'll end up watching pornography or something, you know, and I'll shut the blinds and shit because I ain't jerking off with the fucking blinds open, you know, like some kind of, you know, like a fucking camp counselor. You know what I'm saying, bro? So I close shop up.
Are you serious? You a busboy in Tucson?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I used to live, my mom used to live out off of Golf Links, off like on East Pantano, like way out there on the east side.
In Tucson, Arizona?
Yeah. Because I went to college
The guy
there.
kidnapped lives in Tucson.
Really? Oh, really?
He lives in Tucson.
Oh, wow.
I call him. You know,
It's not a guy Sam Fox. It's not. Fox isn't his name, is it?
No, Vela.
Because they had a guy Fox I used to work for. I could fucking kidnap that dude, but he was also kind of cool too.
Tucson used to have one of the craziest comedy rooms of all time. It was called Bugsy's.
Yeah?
On Tuesday nights, you had to give him a bug to get in. Yeah.
A real bug?
A bug. Rudy Moreno
yeah.
used to book the room. If you showed up with a bug, they let you in for free.
Oh, dude.
Oh, my God. The guy that ran the place had to weigh 900 pounds. He had like 8 necks, but he had cocaine that would make you go fucking blind. That was all cortisol in his neck from doing coke. It was hilarious. He had the best coke in the world.
I love that.
It was $150 for the night, and there was 3 comics. We all got paid the same.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who I remember going down there with, like my second or third time, and he got virginized.
Mencia.
Fluffy.
Really?
That's how young Gabriel was.
Wow.
We took him down there one time, and he came back. He was pale. I was like, man, I got my dick sucked. He was like 18, hanging out with Uncle Joey and shit.
You ever notice when you learn something about somebody you didn't know, you know? Like you see somebody and they're like a lawyer or something, but then you realize they're like a sorcerer or something. Or they do shady shit. Or you see them like ballroom dancing, and you're like, this fucking guy ballroom dances? That always takes my brain a minute. Or if you see a big person and they got their stomach stapled, and now, dude, I was at a pool one time, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times outside in Natchez, Mississippi, and they had and this dude Don Blankenstein was the pool guy every year, right? And he'd come out there, and I'd keep an eye on him because the dude weighed probably 700 or 800 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? He broke the gate every time he come in.
But he was the lifeguard?
He was, you know.
How can you be a lifeguard, 800 pounds?
Bro, he gets in the pool, trust me, nobody's drowning, bro. All the water's the cleaner in the pool. And so, but he'd open the gate, bro, and every time he'd walk through it and bring both sides of the gate down. Like he was just he was gonna die soon, you know, when you saw him. You know, so you treated him well. And that's one thing I like sometimes about seeing huge people. It reminds you how to treat other people. Because you're like, oh, this person isn't gonna be alive very long, so you would be extra nice to him. And so, but then Don, one summer, I'm out there laying by the pool, and this skinny guy comes in. You know, he could have fit through the gate with 90 of his fucking, you know, quintuplets or whatever. And he comes through the gate, and I'm like, who? And he keeps talking to me. And I'm thinking the guy's kind of a, you know, peppermint hunter, bruh. You know what I'm saying? A little tender. And it turns out it's Don Blankenstein. He got the stomach thing, and he lost all the weight. And he was a different person now. He wasn't the same. I don't know. It wasn't the same, and our relationship was never the same as when he lost the weight. But I remember, dude, I would start shit. I remember going on camping trips, and the day we would leave, I'd be like, you know, Jay Leno died, and everybody would be like, no fucking way. And we'd be out in the woods for a week, and everybody would think that Jay Leno died. And I knew he didn't, dude. And we would have these fucking things, and we'd stay up at night talking about, you know, the Tonight Show and shit like that. And then they get back, and you'd be like, he wasn't dead. And I remember people being like, that's psychotic to do that.
Remember when Chuck Liddell was the king of the world?
Yeah.
Well, one day Eddie Bravo's having dinner with with Dana White. And you know how Eddie Bravo's a big Fidel Castro fan.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Dude, Fidel came and spoke to me one time. I went to Cuba once.
Did he really
Yeah.
speak to you? When fucking Fidel died, I call him up and I go, Eddie, do you know Fidel died? He thought I said Liddell. He looks at Dana White. He goes, Chuck Liddell's dead. I'll call you back. So it's an island. When you come from a fucking island, there's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro, ever. Think about that, though, dude.
What about a cousin?
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church, though.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. I had a cousin I wanted to fuck, too, as a kid. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to nobody. I ain't gonna bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
Let me do some fucking call and shout outs here and we'll wrap this motherfucker
Yeah, there we go.
up.
I think that's the idea.
He's feeling fucked up. No, don't start. Let them get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted on the show.
I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know who saved me, bro? Not even a brother saved me, man. And I don't know if you're out there.
Would you stop already? You got electrocuted.
Yeah, at the fair. At the fair, they used to let us. They used to let us come in a day early to the fair and test the rides. We didn't know. We didn't know.
Another time, I went to a movie. I went to see AC/DC with a friend of mine, Kurt DiLorenzo. God bless his soul. And we did coke that night and booze, and we drank like blackberry brandy. But me and him were tight. And one night we pulled the Lee on him. Me, him, and this kid Louis Castellito went to a movie. I can't remember what movie it was, but on the way home we were on fucking fire.
Yeah,
like the acid was beaming. We were tripping. We were seeing shit.
That's crazy, bro.
And I think it was Louis Castellito kept saying, guys, I keep hearing sirens. And there were sirens. But I kept telling him, I don't hear no sirens. Damn. And the other dude played along with me. He's like, I don't hear no sirens. Dude, we kept walking. There must have been a fire somewhere. There's sirens everywhere. And this guy's like, what? I wonder what's going on. Why are there sirens? And we're like, we don't hear no fucking sirens. Knock it off. And it had just rained. Like, when we were in the movie theater, it rained like... It rained a ton. And there was a pothole with water on it. Now, we're fucking with him for at least 15 minutes about the fucking sirens. He's hitting his ears and shit. He's like, I gotta make it stop. I gotta make it go away. We're fucking howling, me and Kurt. And there's a pothole filled with water.
Oh, I remember we were walking around just hanging out, you know, drinking, you know, Havana Club, you know, or whatever, you know, people.
What year was this?
This is 2002. So just walking around, and there's some people hanging out in an alley that are kind of dancing and partying a little bit. So we go over there and we think it's like a family. It's like a birthday cake and stuff. So we're singing, you know. Then one of the dudes at the birthday starts eating this lady out, fucking just. And we're like, this ain't. And we're like, oh, these are escorts. Like, we didn't know. We thought it was like a family. And next thing, we're all dancing with these fucking ladies and shit. We think it's like a grandmother and like a fucking birthday party. Next thing you know, one of the guys goes down with the lady's waist a little low and fucking just starts eating her pussy right there. And we're like, what the fuck, bro?
Welcome to Cuba.
Yeah, this shit is fucking awesome.
I was talking to somebody last week. I went to a party and there was boats, and next thing you know, there was a girl fucking a guy in the boat. I didn't know what to do. Get in there.
Yeah,
jump in and fucking call 911. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Don't just stand there.
Don't just stand there. You're gonna stand and let somebody get that dick sucked. At least go and put a finger in their ass.
Yeah, dude.
Work it.
At least cheer for them. You know, my buddy. In Africa, they hit you with a fucking pipe, bro, if they love you.
Just take a whiff of that fart.
I'm not gonna take a whiff of your fart. That's
Come
disgusting.
on, bro. Get a little air appetizer, bro. Treat your nose.
That is tremendous.
Treat your snout to some of that fucking free booty pasta, bro.
And I'll never forget, he bent over and took the water and started throwing it on his face.
That's gotta,
He started splashing the water on his face. And he kept saying, I still hear the sirens. And we're like, listen, knock it off. There's no fucking sirens. And after about another block of getting towards it, he just took off and ran off.
Yeah,
the next day we saw him. He's like, that was fucked up last night. He goes, I went home. I kept hearing sirens. Oh my God. That is the best. When you take somebody, when he knelt down on Kennedy Boulevard, dog, and splashed water on his face. From the pothole, I nearly and it was right across from Fairview fucking Diner. Me and Joy, and there was a little hill, so all the water ran into that pothole.
Oh, nice.
There was a couple inches of water when he bent. The street was still wet, but dog, when he bent over and splashed water on his face, that was the killer LaRue right there. Was it a spare bedroom or was it
We
a
had a
personal
full apartment.
bedroom?
We had a full apartment.
It was her personal bedroom, though.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
I won't let people bang in my bed and come on my headboard and shit.
People spraying out.
Oh
You
yeah,
let me-
we disrespected. We went to we disrespected that bed.
Let me tell you something. You just come on the headboard and rub it in like fucking lemon. What's that joy? What's that shit you polish wood with?
Palm olive.
Old English.
Old
whatever.
English, yeah.
They come back. They gotta sleep with that old DNA of Diaz lurking over your head and shit.
Yeah, I did.
Old English. That's a liquor, isn't it? That's a malt liquor.
That's why we left. I didn't. It was gonna rain. There was gonna be fireworks, so we were gonna stay if there was gonna be fireworks. But then it was raining, and it was just like this person's. It was like her college apartment, kind of. It was like everything that was like someone else went to IKEA.
Lee, man, dude, it's so funny. You know, sometimes when I'm not even joking about when I would need to think about something good, dude, I think about Lee, man.
Well, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, I think about you, man. I think you
I
just
think about you to laugh. I mean, just the stuff you say randomly. Like, I just want to hang out and like listen to what you say during the day to yourself. I feel like it's hysterical.
This conversation's getting creepy right here already.
Well, you just
Lee,
farted on me. How?
I think Lee might be a little cascaron.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Shopping for peppermint, they call it, dude.
Yeah,
where
I
I'm
think
from.
he's coming out of the closet pretty soon.
They say, hey, you know the boy over there, little Lawrence.
I don't give a fuck if he's.
I don't care either, bruh. I'll let you hang off my dick like a fucking mountain cat.
No, I would never let Lee.
Not you guys, but I don't have the same relationship with him.
Yeah, but you're still friends. You can't.
I'm friends with him. I wouldn't fuck him. I'd let him touch my dick a little. You know what I'm saying? Around the holidays, bro.
Just to make his day.
Oh, he's a prison ham, this guy, bro. I fucking love that boy.
Dog, do you know how much money I told Lee Walker Lee one night?
Mm-hmm.
How much money we can make with Lee on the inside?
Oh my god!
Just sitting on people's laps,
dealing cards,
and rubbing their dick.
Yeah,
I'm glad we're bringing this back. You can't just sit on someone's lap, but they're not going to let it end at just lap sitting,
bro.
They're not in prison because they
Dude,
know
in
how
Gary,
to hold
Indiana, you're an 8, bro. A one female. In Gary, Indiana, dog, you're a female 8, baby.
Indiana, I got a guy that'll pay 10 G's for you to put a wig on. And
Oh yeah,
special type of podcast.
And just mug his dick with your fucking neck.
He's already written me a letter.
What does that even mean, mug a dick?
How many nights we leave here dying of hunger, you and I? 1 in the morning sometimes, me and him, he's cross-eyed.
Yeah.
This guy, if at 2 in the morning, if I go, Lee, listen, I got a sandwich coming over here. He goes, balls. I'll wash my hands. I've done worse. I got a hand job from a Chinese chick one time. That Coke had to be in my pocket at 8 o'clock where I would fall apart at the seams.
Yeah.
And I would put it in my little drug pocket.
Yeah.
And it would stay there unbothered in a little baggy, waterproof in case the fucking rain came.
In case the floods came, in case something got biblical, you could still break out a fucking...
Yeah, I still, in case Louisiana all over again, I'm on a tire floating, waving at the airport. Fucking, I'm here, cocksuckers.
Dude, how great would that be? You're on the news, they're like showing you, and you're just down there doing coke, and they're fucking waving at the helicopters. Like, how many videos are there of the news during Katrina where there's just a bunch of brothers just blowing a fucking blunt and they fucking couldn't put it on?
And just yelling up, you can't stop me, bitches. But I'll never forget one night, like, we were at this Cuban dude's house, and we were snorting coke, and she was sitting there with me, and this Cuban dude goes, not for nothing, but your wife doesn't say much. I go, she's deaf. She wasn't deaf. She just didn't speak Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
So the guy looks at me and goes, he's all coked up. He's like, I don't know if you know this. I work with deaf people in Cuba, right? Right? So she's like, I'm like, talk to her in deaf language. And he's like, deaf. And he's doing all these noises and shit. And all of a sudden she's like looking at me and she goes, what do I do? And I go, just throw some hand signals and fuck with him. And she's like, and all of a sudden he looks at me and goes, I never studied that language.
And he's staying down in a dorm at fucking
pretty much
Cal State Long Beach.
It was not good.
You know, I knew dude. I mean, you know, I grew up around some fucking real crazy poor white people. You know, the dude they had a dude in our town, no arms, used to fucking fight everybody. You know that dude. You know what I'm saying? He'd get you in that lurch. He would catch you with between his chin and his chest. He would fucking snack you like a snake.
We were talking about this dude.
His boy Gert was his name. And he would just get you like that, bruh. And he'd choke you down.
He had no arms.
No arms at all. And he'd fight anybody, dude. And he would choke you.
So if you went to punch him, how would he block?
Oh, bro. He'd spin out of it. He'd spin, he'd duck, he'd dodge. The dude he just...
And would he catch your hand with his neck?
Huh?
Would he catch your
hand? He would just lurch at you. And, bro, the thing is, here was the...
Oh, you know what? If he hits you with that shoulder, you're going down.
Yeah, part of it. The big move was that choke. He would catch you like this.
Where would he catch you? Your hand?
In your neck. He would catch you neck to neck.
That's fucking crazy.
Oh, once he got you neck to neck, Gert Yuva, the whole family was fucking.
He could choke you out.
Psychos, bro. Brother had sharpened half of his teeth on one side of his mouth, dude. These people would fuck you up. One of the kids was in a wheelchair, they never taught him to walk, I think. I don't even think he was crippled. They just never taught him to walk. And so the other brother would carry him on his back everywhere, like a backpack, dude. And didn't even give a fuck.
Maybe it's good these people are away from society. An entire family?
No shirts, bro.
Oh
Whole
my God.
family, zero shirts.
No, nobody. Those people don't wear shirts. Do you feel better? 5 more. What's the difference right now that you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
no reefer, no sleeping pills.
No, nothing.
No, nothing. Just straight up water.
Maybe sometimes I'll hit up a Cialis 5 milligram, if I'm trying to party a little, if I'm trying to treat a lady to an evening or something. But I'll drop $9 on that. I got a dude that,
Wait, when did that start happening?
What? The Cialis 5 milligram? Oh,
Yeah.
I throw that just because, look, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can be Michael Jordan, but if I could have Scottie Pippen next to me, bro, I'll do it, Like, there's no point not having him in the ring with you, you don't show, you got to bring a knife to a bun fight. You know what I'm saying?
I am so petrified to eat one of those things.
Oh, you got to. I'll throw, dude. I'll tell you. I'll put one of those in my butt, dude. They go quick to your cock, then, dude.
What is this fucking? What? In the last week, we've had somebody who put. What did she put in her asshole? Coke.
Ecstasy.
Ecstasy.
Oh yeah, boofing. These kids are boofing where they blow cocaine in each other's butts.
What?
I read about that. That's a Colorado thing.
What do they do?
They put cocaine in the end of a straw, and then they put the other end into somebody's butt, and then they blow it in there. It's called boofing.
I did that 25 fucking years ago. I invented that with a dollar bill. You boof with a dollar bill. You get the hepatitis C attached to the dollar bill and shit. If I don't have hepatitis C, I ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Amen, bro.
From all those fucking dollar bills and snorting that shit. Hysterical. Oh my God. What the fuck? Lee, do another start about.
Hit up the Mexican milkmaid, bro. Get her to spray in your mouth a little, fucking Lee. Get your back. You got a baby bird you a little. Get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch.
Lee
dude.
is fucked up. For you people who are not watching this
Dude,
live.
I remember one time we
fuck, you gonna be out to death. You gonna be to death.
I'm gonna mean to death. Anything you say to death is always funny. Yes, a little death.
Yes, me to death. My tits are out.
Yeah.
You could feel the beads. I remember getting off the plane in Miami the next morning, and my pants were fucking wet. And the waitress, the stewardess, would just walk in the halls, look at me, and give me a water. She knew how fucked up I was.
Dude, my buddy and his brother used to get so fucked up on coke in Miami, then they go up to their hotel room, put on diapers, bro, because they kept shitting themselves, and just go back down to the fucking dance floor. Just partying with diapers full of shit, bro, just dancing. And they could dance, bro. I mean, these boys could fucking dance.
But who wants to dance with somebody who smells like shit?
But I think they
and you start moving, that shit starts shaking.
Look, bro.
Bro, I used to get coked up with a dude.
That's what it's like to be, I think they were Latinos for sure.
I used to get coked up with a dude that used to put a string on his wrist. Mm-hmm. And the string would go to the doorknob. So if you tried to open the doorknob, his string... Bro, I used to get high with some crazy people.
Yeah.
Man. I used to get high with his brother, who was bald. Mm-hmm. And his brother would be talking to you, like we'd be doing coke, like, yeah. And also he'd go... You're like, what? And he'd go... And he'd smack himself because he kept thinking flies were landing on his head. He would smack himself 80 fucking times a night. Damn. And we would laugh at every fucking time. And after he'd smack himself, he'd go...
Oh, yeah.
Bro, he used to put balloons. He lived on the 34th floor. I had another friend, Kurt. He's dead now. Rest in peace. Good dude. He used to get so paranoid that he would put little parachutes on his cocaine. So if the cops came, he would throw it out the window. and the little parachutes would fly. I mean, that's the shit that was the 80s, you know? That's
God, the 80s was good, bro. Now, with your mom being so tough, was it like, was it tough to feel like affection from her? Because sometimes, like, my mom's a hard worker, right? My mom delivered, you know, she's a delivery woman, you know? She delivered newspapers when I was a kid. She delivers magazines now. She's always had a fucking van, you know? Now she's got her husband, he has Alzheimer's. She don't even know he's in the van. He's with her every day, just fucking bouncing around in the fucking passenger seat. She had to get a fucking second seatbelt installed for him because he fucking would kind of slip. He's getting little. He would slip out of the fucking first one. Now she's got him just basically in a fucking straitjacket, just bouncing around. He has no clue where he is. Just delivering fucking news on wheels every day, you know? So I think he's about 90, you know?
Your mom still does this?
My mom still does it, dude. And here's the worst part, bro. She got a good deal on this van, right? My mom likes a good deal, and she got a good deal on this van. It has none of the side or back windows, bro. So her fucking GPS is the Lord, bro. So she just fucking bouncing around. He's got him in the thing.
That fucking Denny's, I saw. Were you with me when we saw, what's his name in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were with me when we saw.
Who was it, the guy with the braids?
Home Improvement.
Oh, Tim Allen?
He goes there all the time.
Wow.
That's a swinging Denny's over there.
Yeah.
I just don't go in there at night because you're born to get shot. You go in after 9. When you go to a Denny's, you might as well go to a Vegas to a country concert.
Bro, look.
When you go to Denny's after 10 nowadays, you might as well sign up for the next country fucking concert and fucking whatever. Stand real close to the window and wave this time.
Dude, Bro, I used to do this bit about Denny's and how much I hated Denny's, right?
It's on your special.
It's on my special, right? So anyway, I was like, I wish somebody would shoot up a fucking Denny's, right? That's what I would say. Dude, some kid puts in the comments, he goes, man, he puts a link to a YouTube clip. He goes, man, my dad actually got shot up at a fucking Denny's. He goes, somebody walked in with a gun and shot everybody in the place.
1 star.
He goes, but I still love this bit that you do. And that was beautiful, bro. Here I am joking about it. He said it really happened. He lost his father right next to a fucking grill, bro. Right next to a griddle. You know what? You got, you know, 2 brothers back there fucking sword fighting with spatulas. Probably hopped up on the fucking Mexican guy sitting at the bar, you know? Unbelievable, man. But that's God, dude. That kid came and he was just positive, man.
There's a couple places where I go late night, and I'm like one night, me, Lee, and Becky went to Denny's on a fucking Sunday night after a podcast, and we were having a good time. But the whole time I was like squatting under the bush by that window because the window is on Burbank Boulevard. I want to be a Crip. All right, shoot up at Denny's. I'm sitting there having fucking a salad and something with my friend here, and all of a sudden, and Becky's sitting counterclockwise, so she gets it right in the head. We got to bury Becky with a hat on, with a 10th planet fucking.
With a hat on.
With a chef hat on, a la Josh Wolf. You know what I'm saying?
That fucking place was so expensive I couldn't even sleep, you know? Like $600. I'm not fucking. I'll stay awake and watch the money go by, you know? At least enjoy the walk around the room. This thing's $600 a fucking night, you know? They had like 9 light switches in there, dude. It's like a fucking. I don't know where I was. It was insane, bro. You could spend 40 minutes just fucking turning on all the lights.
It's fucking crazy what we do for a living.
It is, man. It gets really interesting. Let's take another couple calls if you don't mind.
I got a piece, so we'll take one more and we'll get the fuck out of here.
You got it. Let's do it.
Suggestions I can give my Joey. What's some good advice or some suggestions I can give my wife for her first psychedelic trip? Appreciate it, man. Love you guys.
Whoa. Is that guy living in an aquarium? You see that fucking guy right there?
First thing for a psychedelic trip is...
For his wife.
For his wife. Just make it easy for her, but then fuck with her once she's high.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I think you told me a story about this one time.
Yeah, with my first wife in San Francisco in 85, we took some Grateful Dead ass and we went to a party. I was very nice to her.
You said her stepdad was at the airport.
I kept telling her, don't you have to pick your father up at the airport? And she's like, let's go. And then she'd go, what time is he coming in? I mean, I had this poor girl going. Then there was a poster of Bruce Lee on the wall. Oh. And I kept going, looking at Bruce Lee going, don't say nothing to her.
Oh, no, come on, bro.
Don't say nothing to her. She can't handle it.
Oh, come
she
on.
would look at me like, what's he saying? I don't know. Don't listen to him. I put that girl. That's the girl that I wrote the letter to.
I bet it is,
because I
brother.
put her through death.
Ever since I've been with him, I just get unlucky. I never had skin issues, and now I get styes if I look at a hot tub. So it's
trust me. In about a day, I get a call. His ear is swollen. He doesn't
Dude,
know
that's
it.
why I sleep on my stomach. You
sleep on your stomach?
I do.
Like a fucking dead animal?
Yeah, of
Like
course.
an armadillo?
Yeah, or on my side. Or mostly either on my stomach or my side.
Jesus
But,
Christ. Do your arms touch the ground?
Yeah, of course.
How do you even do that, bro?
You have no idea, dog.
Who sleeps on their stomach? Face down?
No, I sleep, yeah.
Oh, face to the side.
I have pillows, yeah.
Oh, face to the side.
What are you
Jesus Christ, I thought you slept face
You
down.
think I have like a massage table in my bedroom and I just sleep? No, but
I just try to. Dude, you're a fucking unreal, Lee.
I forget what we were talking about.
They should have dolls. They should have the Lee Syed dolls, bro. They're indestructible, dude.
I had a car that blew up in New York. Yeah. I took a loan on that car. Like, I took a loan on that fucking car when I was a kid. I had the car for 10 days.
Yeah.
And it lit on fire in Harlem. I was getting an 8-ball of coke in the winter. The electrical circuitry went.
Oh, dude.
And I left it there. The next 2-3 days later, I went back and the car was gone. It was just a wishbone. And, dog, I took a bank loan out on it, like a $2,000 bank loan co-signed. I didn't give a fuck. Even the co-signer never said nothing to me about it. I'm like, damn, when is he going to hate on me? I forgot all about it.
Dude. Like, dude, you gotta know different nomenclatures and how to give a hug, bruh. In Africa, they hit you with a fucking pipe, bro, if they love you.
Just take a whiff of that fart.
I'm not going to take a whiff of your fart. That's
Come
disgusting.
on, bro. Get a little air appetizer, bro. Treat your nose.
That is tremendous.
Treat your snout to some of that fucking free booty pasta, bruh.
Oh, my God.
Poor fucking Lee.
Lee, man. Dude, it's so funny, you know, sometimes when I'm not even joking about, when I would need to think about something good, dude, I think about Lee, man.
Well, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, I think about you, man. I think you
I
just...
think about you to yourself. I feel like it's hysterical.
This conversation's getting creepy right here already.
Well, you just farted on me. How?
I think Lee might be a little cascaron.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Shopping for peppermint, they call it, dude, where I'm
I think
from.
he's coming out of the closet pretty soon.
They say, hey, you know the boy over there, little Lawrence.
I don't give a fuck if he's
I don't care either, bro. I'll let you hang off my dick like a fucking mountain cat.
No, I would never let Lee.
Not you guys, but I don't have the same relationship with him.
Yeah, but you're still friends. You can't.
I'm friends with him. I wouldn't fuck him. I'd let him touch my dick a little. You know what I'm saying? Around the holidays, bro.
Just to make his day.
Oh, he's a prison ham, this guy, bro. I fucking love that boy.
Dog, do you know how much money? I told Lee Walker Lee one night. How much money we can make with Lee on the inside.
Oh, my God.
Just sitting on people's laps.
Dealing cards.
And rubbing their dick.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're bringing this back. You can't just sit on someone's lap, but they're not going to let it end at just lap sitting.
Bro.
They're not in prison because they
Dude,
know
in
how to
Gary,
hold back.
Indiana, you're an 8, bro. A warm female. In Gary, Indiana, dog, you're a female 8, baby.
Indiana, I got a guy that'll pay 10 G's for you to put a wig on and
Oh, yeah.
special type of podcast.
And just mug his dick with your fucking neck.
He's already written me a letter.
What does that even mean, mug a dick?
Lee, you got to get out more. Get off the internet, bro. You got to go hitchhiking, man.
I really don't. I don't want to now.
You should go hitchhiking Lee one day as a school project.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up dead.
What school are you in? Are you doing classes online?
No.
I
he's
need to
doing
be.
Classes here. This is the only.
How old are you, Lee?
30 now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I thought you were like 19, dude.
I wish.
Are you really 30 years old?
Yeah.
He's 30 years old.
Oh my God, bro! My whole perception of you, I thought you were like a
He was a college
an
kid when
intern.
he first came in here.
Oh wow!
But look at him now. Now he's a
7
fucking
years.
young man.
That's awesome.
Now you don't like me as much. You like that? No, I don't like.
No, it's just different. You ever notice when you learn something about somebody you didn't know? You know, like you see somebody and they're like a lawyer or something, but then you realize they're like a sorcerer or something, or they do shady shit, or you see them like ballroom dancing, and you're like, this fucking guy ballroom dances. That always takes my brain a minute. Or if you see a big person and they got their stomach stapled, and now, dude, I was at a pool one time.
And I used to work on this farm in the summer times outside in Natchez, Mississippi. And they had, and this dude, Don Blankenstein, was the pool guy every year, right? And he'd come out there, and I'd keep an eye on him because the dude weighed probably 700 or 800 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? He broke the gate every time he come in.
But he was the lifeguard?
He was, you know.
How can you be a lifeguard, 800 pounds?
Bro, he gets in the pool, trust me, nobody's drowning, bro. All the water's out, and the fucking kid who's sick is laying right there at his feet.
He was the boss at the pool.
No, he was the guy who came to put the cleaner in the pool. And so, but he'd open the gate, bro, and every time he'd walk through it and bring both sides of the gate down. Like he was just he was gonna die soon, you know, when you saw him. You know, so you treated him well. And that's one thing I like sometimes about seeing huge people. It reminds you how to treat other people. Because you're like, oh, this person isn't gonna be alive very long, so you would be extra nice to him. And so, but then Don, one summer, I'm out there laying by the pool, and this skinny guy comes in. You know, he could have fit through the gate with 90 of his fucking, you know, quintuplets or whatever. And he comes through the gate, and I'm like, who? And he keeps talking to me. And I'm thinking the guy's kind of a, you know, peppermint hunter, bruh. You know what I'm saying? A little tender. And it turns out it's Don Blankenstein. He got the stomach thing, and he lost all the weight. And he was a different person now. He wasn't the same. I don't know. It wasn't the same, and our relationship was never the same as when he lost the weight.
Take him when they take.
I don't know what we're talking. Okay, you just got to monitor what's going on because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
Fuck
bro.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
that's what I was thinking about the whole time you're saying that. I go, yeah. I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock on a diner or waking up and some girl gives you a Audi to drive home. Yeah. You're like, what the fuck just happened last night?
Yeah, dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if my boy can come. And they're like, who's your boy? And I'm like, LeCedric. They had a brother nearby, right, wearing this Louis Vuitton jacket, dude. Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy? And I didn't even talk to this dude, right? I was like, yeah, that's my boy. And like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over to him, look him right in the eyes. And I was like, what's up, man? I'm Theo. He's like, LeCedric. And I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend. You ever been in a limo? All right, man. So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chicks, dudes, people fucking. LeCedric kept saying, we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud, right? Kind of fucking not the best actor, bro. But did we get to this house party? It's a nice, cool fucking party, bro. I'm downstairs. I'm in the kitchen. Somebody's making us a drink. I'm talking to somebody. Fucking 6 minutes later, I hear a fucking somebody scream. I hear a window break, right? Somebody comes running down. They said some dude just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room upstairs and fucking jumped out a window.
That would have been me, Doug.
And that was fucking LeCedric, bro. And that was like, and everybody there was like crying and pissed. And some girl was like furious because all her tampons were in there or something. I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those, what are those people that slide the thing on the ice, she said?
Curlers?
Yeah, she was a curler. And but I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
No, that's...
So just shit like that where I just love to put life just in precarious situations.
Complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I remember, Puerto Ricans you were talking. That they used to say, that's when, did you guys... Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
They let you keep the hamsters after Superman got killed?
No, that was it. I just mean it was that same time, bro. And everybody would get a different pet. And we used to play this game where you would somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or what they were going to guess. And then sometimes we would put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, hey, like a whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off, because it's a rabbit. They're not doing much, And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under him and without waking him up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in named Nick, right?
And the first thing he ever said in class, the man was, in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So, like the first day this kid, Nick, was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what does pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. He asked the fucking teacher, like, as serious as could be, like, what does pop that cherry mean? And then he ended up banging some girl, like, in 6th grade, right? And she broke up with him, broke his heart, and he started, like, rap music, and he wore this T-shirt that said Nick the Rapper, that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on it, the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
That's racism.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part in it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
Pop that cherry.
Remember that saying? You don't hear that anymore, dude.
Never hear that.
Never hear that shit.
Yeah, I bet her cherry's been popped. You could tell if you look at her. Watch how she walks.
I never popped anyone's cherry.
You didn't?
No.
You still out there, though, man. You married?
No, I almost.
Nah, you're not, bro. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you
That's more
this.
pressure than voting.
Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers. Them always standing out by the fire, dude, for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts,
How
man?
terrible would that be? If
Yeah.
you did it?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be rubbing your pants. What would you do?
It's gnarly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked up along the walls because he loved all kinds of pets. And there was 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful that this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high that they sleep, right? All the other 4 kids in his bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And he had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it's like whirling up all these pets, right?
terrible.
And even though we can sleep, it's keeping them awake. Because you got to think, a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Boom! Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment a guy be so gentle?
That dude's a
and
monster.
and then 7 hours later be blowing a freaking animal's head open because it was barking. You have an animal in the woods, bro. It's gonna bark. You know how much woods is out there? He probably hears everything. They say they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry. Your neighbor. 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high, bro.
First you talk about incest, then you gotta talk about killing dogs. So you gotta bring me down.
Sorry, man. Am I bringing you down?
I haven't been that down since fucking.
Oh, dog. I'm sorry.
Since Lee told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn.
I haven't been that fucking depressed.
How are you gonna get the laundry done, dude?
She doesn't live with me. Why would you do my laundry? I did my laundry. I just bring it to the thing and eat.
Bro, if you're really in love with her, you should fucking leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's cleaned or
Her
not.
mom would
That's
do
if
it.
it's love.
No, but the thing is, she still lives with her mom. Her mom would do it.
Oh, wow.
Her mom has offered.
Fuck yeah, bring it over there. Fold the onions, put starch on them.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever
No.
had fucking...
She's Mexican.
Have you ever had
Who's
starch
Arthur?
in your underwear?
Starch in my underwear? No, that sounds
wow.
terrible. Why would you want to starch?
Fucking tremendous.
Make you feel like an
You
adult.
want soft.
Yeah.
Shit.
Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Look at fucking Lee. You gotta go into the house now. How you gonna act?
Nick the Raper.
Not good.
Nick the rapper.
Like a tall, in shape, good looking dude. I'd look at you and I think there's nothing wrong in his life at all. Like, there's no way he's self conscious about anything.
Well, that's
Now,
we're
are
both
you-
wrong, man. I look at you and I think this guy's fucking
What environment?
got it all.
What
you know?
environment do you feel comfortable in?
Just a more real environment, a more just calm,
just an
10
environment.
people, 50 people, 100 people.
Yeah, as long as I can feel okay in 10, 50. When it gets to be a little more than that, sometimes it's just too much. But when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people, then that's where I start to feel uncomfortable.
That's my end. That's my fucking
But I kept going back. I kept thinking there was something wrong with me, that the environment was okay. But it wasn't, man. And that's what happened that night. I went to this club, and they had a party for my friend's fashion line. And then I got in this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early because I was going to be on Opie and Jim Norton. This when Opie and Jim were still together. And this beautiful girl gets in the taxi with me, this Asian girl. And she just started talking about the night. She said that she had fun at the party, but that her boyfriend wasn't in town. Then she goes, her boyfriend's never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said. So I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know, like, she wants me to make a move on her. So I make a move, shut me down. And I don't know if that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And then it was just me and the driver, bro. And this dude spoke another language, you know, something fucking fancy, you know, something that could play soccer, you know, like this dude fucking, you know, like this dude was betting on fucking foreign soccer games on his phone for sure, you know. And he said, I thought he said drugs, dude, and I just said cocaine. That's what I said. And next thing you know, we're in North Harlem. He bought some cocaine for us. He comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine. And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, you know? And I thought it was going to be, you know, I grew up in like a troubled area. I thought it was going to be his dick, you know? Like, you know, that's what I was expecting anyway. And then a prostitute knocks on the door, you know? This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, in hindsight. She had these big sunglasses on. Kind of a man's face that was under the sunglasses.
Do you have cocktails in you at this point?
Yeah, had a couple tequilas, dude, and so now we're partying, bro. Me and the driver were first partying for about an hour. Dude, I got so high, I remember thinking, where is the driver? That's how fucking high I was. And he was sitting next to me doing cocaine.
Yeah, at what point does this become not a taxi cab ride? Like, when does the meter get turned off? Like, this-
Because I'm paying for this experience, bro. So then, dude, this hooker gets in. She had kind of long hair, huge sunglasses, covered about 60% of her face. And the 40% of her face you could see, to me, looked like a man's face, right? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just, like, if I were on a game show and it was like, guess 40% of this person's face, I would have guessed man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look like a man's face, you know? Or it looked like a woman had just shaved recently. That's what it looked like, you know. So anyway, we're all getting high together, and the hooker starts making advances towards me, bro. This sounds ridiculous. And I got out of the car, man. I felt uncomfortable, dude. So then,
did you like slide?
You don't understand. In my world, I'm thinking you're a Louisiana boy in fucking Harlem. No shit do you feel out of place. I feel out of place there, but no. I always felt comfortable in North Harlem.
Yeah.
Right, I know that neighborhood where you're at. You know what I'm saying? You're not in the Bronx yet. Right? You're not in the Bronx.
Yeah, I don't know
yet.
where we're at.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't know where we're at, dude.
Was it dark?
It was a dark neighborhood.
That's all that matters, yeah. You ain't having a good time if you're not in the dark neighborhood one
bro.
part of the night.
I was raised in one. I know when I'm back.
Oh, my God.
You know, I know when I'm back. Bro.
Now, what time is all this going down?
It's about 3:30.
All right, so what
it's
time?
late.
So you walk out of the cab. Where are you now? You getting another cab?
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. That's the dude I was partying with the driver. And dude, you know what's crazy is he had even one of the lights on the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the light, bro. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with, dude. And dude, it was more romantic in that taxi than it was at your fucking Airbnb, bro. That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out. He comes out after me. He made me give him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's going to pay the hooker and she'll go. But then I look back over there a minute later, and they're kissing on each other's necks. He's spending my 100 with this hooker, dude. He fucking just got this 100 out of me, bro.
Wait, so your taxi driver bullied you into buying him a hooker?
No, he owed him money anyway. But right away, he took the money. Luigi took the money and said, "Hold on 5 minutes.
And
Let me go
invested
get $20 worth off this hooker."
He took that money and reinvested it in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And look, I respect hookers, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights, man.
Not in fucking North Harlem.
Yeah, right, but still, man.
I don't give a fuck what you.
Well, I respect women that are out there if they got to be out there selling their
No,
bodies.
I don't have nothing
Right.
against that.
I know you don't.
But in North Harlem, you ain't getting into nothing good. You understand
You
me?
keep saying North Harlem. Are there
Harlem,
different parts?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like East Harlem.
Listen,
okay?
all I know
It
is
was north,
I used to go to Harlem to buy coke, and I'd see women out there, and dog, let me tell you something. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. First of all, 4 out of 10 of them got bigger dicks than you.
Oh, damn. Lee.
4 out of 10 of those chicks.
We don't like those
in
odds.
those days. It was, you got to remember, up in Harlem in those days, the Bronx, it was open fucking corral. And in the 90s, the Russians came.
Oh, yeah.
And I never saw it, but I had friends tell me you go to Queens and there'd be 6-foot Russian blondes with leopard miniskirts that you'd give them 300 just to eat their assholes. They were that hot.
Wow.
Like, hot, banging. Like they took over, so all the other ones, the crack hoes disappeared.
Yeah.
All that, you know. But in those days, even when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, and we were going over there, those hookers, yeah, those city rat
Oh, they're
hookers in
fighters.
those days, you had that takes a certain nerve.
Yeah, a lot of them work at the Popeyes during the daytime.
No, they don't work. They're at the clinic in
Really?
the daytime
Oh, damn.
getting blood transfusions.
Dude, we used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria, in our neighborhood, bro. You could pull up, bro. You could eat her ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window, dude. Just basically put her ass in your fucking car window, like a fucking to-go box. You know, you could, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block, and she would just sit in there like a little side item, bro. But so this dude Luigi, I give him the 100. He gets back in the car. They're making out. I'm kind of pissed, dude, but I don't want to bring that negative energy back into the car, right? So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute, kind of process through that.
Why don't you want to bring negative feelings back into the car?
Just because I'm already really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, a little blowjob, like it's getting wild, you know. And I want to still do cocaine, you know. But I don't want to interrupt them, dude. So I remember trying to quietly do cocaine in the front seat, just like fucking, like the softest little inhale you could do.
Were you watching them at any point?
Oh, yeah, some, dude. I was definitely listening hard. You know?
Did she stink?
I mean, no,
It's
I
like
don't remember
cologne.
that.
Like, all you smell is like cologne. Like when you walk in the middle of them, all you smell is like fucking heavy duty perfume covering
I'm
up.
trying to remember. She smelled like violence to me and tattoos. She was a tough lady, or man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man's face to me, but she had big sunglasses on. She could have been one of those taller Vietnamese people that kind of look black at night, you know? So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly do cocaine, dude. Like, just like a fucking, just like a... Like just doing it in like an installments, like I had a bump on layaway.
Why do you have to be
just
polite? They're back there fucking. Why can't you just?
Because there's something wrong with me where I sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I got to be considerate at all times. I don't want to interrupt them, dude. I guess I don't know, man. I was fucked up, bro. So they're partying. At one point, I remember even turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my nose, just like this. just as quiet as I could be. And a cop goes by, dude. Cop goes by. I get scared. I tell Luigi I'm scared, bro. And he don't give a fuck, dude. This is when I realized like he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, you drive. And that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us about 1.5 miles, dude. I don't even know where I was, dude. And then I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, a voice in my head is like, dude, at least it was like, you're out here, bro. You're high. You know, you're doing cocaine. But at least you're making money, you know? Like I was working, like I was the cab driver. And that's when like, dude, my brain's fucked up. Like this ain't my cab. You know, I got to pay for this. And then my brain was like, you don't have a commercial driver's license. And that's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me that I wouldn't have one. And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room, finished doing my cocaine. And I had to be on Opie and Jim Norton that morning. And it's 5:30 now, dude. I took 3 showers, bro, in 10 minutes. Right?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Did you pay Luigi, or did you just kind of get out and just get into another camp?
We ended up in a little bit of an argument at the end. I left $100 on the car seat and yelled adios at him really loud, bro. I don't even know if he spoke Spanish, dude. I'm just screaming adios at him and this fucking hooker who had the smallest tits I've ever seen, bro. Looked like a man's chest. But then I go to Opie and Jim, dude, and the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. And I could not even feel my face, dude. I couldn't even think. And that's when I was like, this is a bad look. You know? I couldn't even talk. They were asking me questions, dude, and I couldn't even, like, I couldn't feel my face. All my thoughts was coming out of my neck. Like I was running on neck thoughts, dude. I'm fucking thinking with my neck, bro. So I fucking sat there for 3 hours, bro. Just roasting. Now I know how you feel, kind of, Lee. I just sat there just boiling in my own fucking drug-induced bullshit. And then I fucking left, bro. And I'm halfway on the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking sweatpants with jeans over them, bro. Horrible. That's like a catheter outfit. Like if you might be getting a catheter and you might have to stay overnight.
The other day I was at Denny's sitting next to her, and she was playing with her fucking Barbie doll with 2 little shoes on, and the shoes kept falling off. I go, Mercy, do me a favor, give me the fucking shoes. We walk into Denny's, and sure enough, Daddy, her shoe fell off. I knew the fucking shoe was gonna fall off. I fucking knew it. It's been falling off all fucking morning. So I go, sit off over here and don't move. So I go outside, there's the shoe in the middle of the fucking driveway. A car drove over it. The shoe was so fucked up, Barbie was limping. So we're sitting there minding our own business, and who walks in out of all the seats? Now, the fucking place is empty. They got me waiting there because my wife went back to the fucking car, to the house, because she forgot that if she locked the door.
CeeLo? Who walked in? CeeLo?
No, CeeLo. I would, if CeeLo walked... If I walked in that fucking Denny's, I saw. Were you with me when we saw what's his name in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were with me when we saw.
Who was it? The guy with the braids?
Home Improvement.
Oh, Tim Allen.
He goes there all the time.
Wow.
That's a swinging Denny's over there.
Yeah.
I just don't go in there at night because you're born to get shot. You go in after 9. When you go to a Denny's, you might as well go to a Vegas to a country concert.
Bro, look.
When you go to Denny's after 10 nowadays, you might as well sign up for the next country fucking concert and fucking whatever. Stand real close to the window and wave this time.
Dude, Bro, I used to do this bit about Denny's and how much I hated Denny's, right?
It's on your special.
It's on my special, right? So anyway, I was like, I wish somebody would shoot up a fucking Denny's, right? That's what I would say. Dude, some kid puts in the comments, he goes, man, he puts a link to a YouTube clip. He goes, man, my dad actually got shot up at a fucking Denny's. He goes, somebody walked in with a gun and shot everybody in the place.
1 star.
He goes, but I still love this bit that you do. And that was beautiful, bruh. Here I am joking about it. He said it really happened. He lost his father right next to a fucking grill, bro. Right next to a griddle. You know what? You got, 2 brothers back there fucking sword fighting with spatulas, probably hopped up on fucking methamphetamines, not knowing they're going to lose their job to the fucking Mexican guy sitting at the bar, Unbelievable, man. But that's God, dude. That kid came and he was just positive, man.
There's a couple places where I go late night, and I'm like one night, me, Lee, and Becky went to Denny's on a fucking Sunday night after a podcast, and we were having a good time. But the whole time I was like squatting under the bush by that window, because the window is on Burbank Boulevard. I want to be a Crip. All right, shoot up at Denny's. I'm sitting there having fucking a salad and something with my friend here, and all of a sudden, da, 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 da. And Becky's sitting counterclockwise, so she gets it right in the head. We got to bury Becky with a hat on, with a 10 planet fucking.
With a hat on.
With a chef hat on, a la Josh Wolf. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think that shouldn't be in my brain? I'm scared of anything already. I'm scared of everything.
Well, you would look good in a chef
You don't think I'm fucking scared? You see me? How many nights we leave here dying of hunger, you and I? 1 a.m. sometimes, me and him, he's cross-eyed.
Yeah.
This guy, if at 2 a.m, if I go and lean, listen, I got a sandwich coming over here, just jiggle my balls. I guarantee I'll confuse him for 10 minutes. He'll be sitting there confused. I don't know, all I got to do is jiggle his balls. I'll wash my hands. I've done worse. I got a hand job from a Chinese chick one time. Feeding her steaks and fucking fattening her up. When she's 18, you give her a stabbing, you marry her, she don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest, really, when you really think about it?
Well,
we
I'm
have
from
to.
a fucking island.
Oh, then you have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be, I'm retarded from bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? Something along, I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something wasn't right?
No, he told me, because you know that your great-grandmother and your great-grandfather were like third fucking cousins or something. That's why the maiden name is kind of weird. It's Valdez Malbarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malbarez or some shit. So it's an island. When you come from a fucking island, there's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that, though, dude.
What about every cousin?
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church, though.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. I had a cousin I wanted to fuck, too, as a kid. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to nobody. I ain't gonna bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins. That means like
that's crazy.
Like your families grew up together, but you're not really. I had sex with a little girl. That she wasn't a little girl. She had hair. I didn't.
Wow.
First time, Evie was her name, and she was older than me by a year. And I used to sleep over. One day she goes, "Look at it," and I looked at it. I almost fucking died.
Really?
It had hair on it. I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, huh? Young fella.
No,
man.
I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think, and I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. It's a real.
I don't remember. Why you got to talk about smells for? It's Monday night.
I don't know. My bad. Is it Monday?
It's fucking Thursday. What is it, Lisa?
It's Thursday, dude.
Lisa has got to go back to his house, stoned to the gills.
I hope to God my mom's asleep.
Why?
She's not going to, because look how high I am.
Because you told
you'll
her.
probably be fine, man.
You should bring her a half a joint, Lee, and just tell her how it's going to go down tonight.
Yeah, why don't you fucking do some Krav Maga? Get fucking wicked.
Because if not, you're going to argue with her anyway. Just
No, she knows.
Bring home a half a bone, light that savage right in the living room.
Yeah.
No, as I was leaving, she was like, "Do you want me to freeze the food?" Because she made me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, you know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I'm gonna want to eat that when I get home. And she's like, the whole breast. I was like, yeah, the whole nother breast.
Damn.
So,
I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say, man. That's what the dent was for?
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, he fucked up the side of his car into like a tree or something like that. Fuck him. You know me, dog. He loved this car. He was one of those dudes. I love this car. He would wax it out every day and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Poor Lee.
Oh, you're looking beautiful,
I
man.
took Lee too deep. Lee,
Like
do
a-
another star to balance you out.
Yeah, you gotta fucking
Help
even
balance
out,
out your
bro.
pH.
You need some fucking a little bit of horchata, bro. You need to fucking hit up the Mexican milkmaid, bro. Get her to spray in your mouth a little, fucking Lee. Get your back. You got a baby bird you a little. Get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch.
Lee
dude.
is fucked up. For you people who are not watching this
Dude,
live.
I remember one time we
Fuck. You gonna me out to death? What, you humming me to death?
I'm gonna mean it. Anything you say to death is always funny. Yes, I'm gonna death.
Yes, me to death. What this girl told me made me hate her parents. Because, again, I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck about what you do. But for you to drag your kids down the dark cave, what's up,
Yeah,
Lee?
that's fucked up.
What's going on, buddy? You all right over there? You all right over there? You want to go outside and get some air?
Oh, okay.
Tell me the truth. You want to go outside and get some air?
Damn, dude.
Let me do some
Yeah.
fucking. Let me do some fucking call and shout outs here, and we'll wrap this motherfucker.
Yeah, there we go.
up.
I think that's the idea.
He's feeling fucked up. No, don't start. Let him get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted on the show.
I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know who saved me, bro? Not even a brother saved me, man. And I don't know if you're out there.
Would you stop already? You got electrocuted.
Yeah, at the fair. At the fair, they used to let us. They used to let us come in a day early to the fair and test the rides. We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know we were fans who like want to know what's going on. Like I had people that were excited I was coming here today, you know? And so that's good, man. That shit made me feel fucking. That shit made me feel fucking human, dude. You know?
Poor Lee. He's having a hard fucking time.
He's
over
beautiful though.
Oh.
He's beautiful. He's just got the fucking Lord running through his veins. I love that, bro. That's
Lee
Christ.
is.
That's Christ reaching for him.
I don't
You
know
can
if
see
you've
that.
been, if you've been with the podcast since day one,
you can see that, man.
Lee is the fucking man. And tonight we finally fucking.
Lee.
I could see it. I could see it. After this podcast goes, you have no idea, people. See, I'm the motherfucker who sees him an hour after this. And sees how funny Lee is, and he'll pass out right in front of you.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's an
you
animal.
turn the lights off, you put Black Sabbath on, he'll come to life every like 8 minutes. Man, Shane said I'm getting scared.
And that's the crazy part. Some people would be like, that's fucked up. But to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and relax like that, that's a beauty that I fucking don't have. That I wish I had, man. You know? He's looking for fucking Easter baskets. Oh, I blacked out one time here in Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed, had no clue how I got there. I'd wet the bed. I mean, I wet the bed till I was about 30 anyway. Did you too?
Not until I was like a teenager.
Oh, that's nothing.
You were 13?
I don't know.
Be
probably
honest.
around there, I would guess, yeah.
I gotta watch you like a hog.
Damn.
Those people always arsonists.
Yeah, dude.
It might have been a little bit, like maybe not 13, but close, maybe 10 at least.
Well, 10 ain't far from 13 if you're talking at least. Probably fucking.
No, but yeah, I had a huge issue with it. It was terrible.
Dude, I used to have those buzzer underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you. When the urine would hit them, a buzzer would go off,
Oh
right?
my god.
I'm not joking. Look them up online. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had these, right?
I'm really hoping these are a real thing and not just a torture device your parents put on you.
Not at all,
that they
bro.
made by themselves.
This doctor gave them to us, dude. This dude was a bona
What should I
fide.
Google?
This dude was a bona fide doctor. So we went there. I got the electric pants on, dude. You know?
wait, what should I Google?
I'm getting my rest. Probably, buzzer underwear for urinators. I would Google buzzer underwear for urinators. So then, but they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So he fucking, and they had a small house, bro, a little bitty house. So my fucking crotch is just like he wakes up middle of the night, dude. I'm fucking.
You're on fire.
I'm not on fire, but I'm buzzing hard, bro. Because I'd had apple juice, man, and I piss big on apple juice, dude. I fucking spray out on the AJ. So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. And I didn't know.
God.
And he came in.
They
He
still
didn't.
got him?
Yeah.
Get me a pair, Lee.
He didn't
That's
know.
what I want. Get me a pair.
He didn't know what was going on.
Oh my God, that's what.
He comes in. He's scared,
How
bro.
loud is it? How loud is this?
In a
fucking-
little bitty house, you could hear it from down
I
the
just want to
hall.
wake my wife up in the middle of the night like twice a week.
I would just do 2 drops and it goes off. And so my grandfather's in there, right? And he's all scared and shit. And
Oh, this would have been terrible when I was a kid.
and he's pushing me with a broomstick, dude. He thought I was dead, dude. He didn't know what had happened to me. He thought I was possessed or dead. He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up, and he was worried because he had one of those heart makers, and he was worried he would get electrocuted. He thought something was happening. He thought the house had short-circuited it, or the phone company had fucked up. That's what he thought, the phone company had fucked up. So he thinks I'm fucking just laying there buzzing like I was just a fucking miscreant. But he died, man. My grandfather ended up dying. He died.
I love people. I love laughing. I love laughing at shit like this. That's you can't write this shit.
I forgot about that. Write that down. I did, man. This has been the best, man. I appreciate you having me on because I was sick the past 2 days, man.
What was wrong with you?
Oh, man, I had adult diarrhea, bro, to be honest.
It happens. Those fucking flights. You're eating fucking Katrina leftovers still.
Oh, yeah.
They still got some guys got it in stock.
Oh, they're serving fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro, and I was eating about a handful.
What does like the urge feel like when you know, like when you're trying to quit, or when you're like at that point where it's not fun anymore? Or like, what does it feel like to have like, I don't want to do cocaine, but I need to do cocaine right now?
I think just like if you want something to eat, like say you laid in the living room, you know you got a couple of fruit pops in the freezer, you know?
Right, yeah.
And you're like, you just remember it hits in your head, ooh, I got them fruit pops. The odds of you staying there and not going up and getting them, 99 out of 100 times you're going to go get them fruit pops.
Well, I feel like an asshole whenever, because, I mean, I've had issues with my weight for my whole life, and I relate in ways to this conversation, but I don't want to say, oh, it's the same with McDonald's with cocaine, because I don't know if it is, but I just like, is it like if you sat there, is like, are you yelling at yourself, go get the cocaine just this one time? Like, is it same kind of talk?
Yeah, same kind of, if I do it tonight, I won't do it here. But I got $200. It's for the rent on Friday.
Yeah, you're making deals with yourself.
Oh, you start making deals with yourself. Well, I'll borrow 100 and she won't know. And then Friday I'll borrow 100 from Lee and pay the rent. It's a fucking horrible game. And see, for me, it started out fun.
Yeah.
1979, 1980, 83, it was fun.
Yeah.
It was out in the open. If you didn't do it, there was something wrong with you. People didn't want you in the room because you must be a fucking cop.
Yeah.
You'd go to a bar and you could feel steam from people's bodies in those days. Like that equation to a good time. I mean, in my case.
Right.
And then it took me to kidnapping somebody.
Right.
You know, I was telling my wife last night that after the kidnapping, I come out. I wasn't even out of prison 2 days, and I already had white powder in my nose. I mean, I can sit here and tell you they rehabbed me. No fucking way. You talk a ton of shit while you're in there.
Yeah.
But you are what you are. Let's be honest. I came out of prison 2 days later. I was snorting, selling coke in the halfway house. A month later, I came up positive. You know, I mean, I didn't give a fuck about consequences. I had to have it because it equated fun for me.
Yeah.
That was what it was, and it was fun for me.
Yeah, I think the same, man. I think it started out like, I remember first time I ever did it, actually, I was in Tucson, Arizona. This dude, we walk into a place, some dude comes up from doing a line, and he only had one eye, right? This dude.
Listen, when I meet somebody with one eye and they got drugs, I want the drugs he's doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, and I thought this dude had hit that line so hard he could like suck his eye into his head. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, that dude's having a good time, you know? Because I always like people that only have one eye or one, unique people.
Especially with party with. And at the end of the night, they finally break down and tell you how they lost the eye.
Yeah.
My brother shot me with a BB gun or something like that.
It's a good place to hide the coke. You could like put the fake guy, the coke behind it.
But it's not a bad deal. But yeah, and that guy, and then I would just experiment every now and then, and then it just was around occasionally. You didn't see that much of it in Louisiana and stuff. And then one time, some dude, and then the gay dudes was always trying to get you to do cocaine because they was trying to, sneak into you. They was trying to sneak into your body, so they would be trying to take advantage of you. And so they would, they always had it, and you always had to like do it with them, but then like wrestle them to kind of keep them off of your body, or keep them out of your pants and everything. And almost, who knows what happened this one time, I was pretty fucked up. Thankfully, somebody had to go to the airport, otherwise who knows what would have went down in this one bathroom down in New Orleans. But anyway, man, that's the old days. And
And yeah, now I feel whatever. It's almost as
I used
fun.
to have to watch him. He would he's a Jew. The
Yeah.
Jew got those fingers. They move real. Best magicians are the Jews. They never, it's not a big living.
Oh, they keep 10% of the drink in their pocket.
Oh yeah, they invented the fucking magician. Fucking Jews. That's who invented the magician. The Jew with the black top hat and shit.
Yeah, they're all magicians out of the womb, bro. Lee, man, last time I saw Lee, he was over here squealing on the panels.
Oh yeah, we were fucked up.
Bro, and the craziest part about that, Joey, was when I came in, I thought I heard I'm like, there's kind of a squealing in the microphone at first, and Lee's like, I'll fix it, and by the end, it was him. It was him. He's like, look like a fucking disabled gerbil, bro. Look like a fucking.
That's how I felt. That was like the deepest I've ever been on mushrooms.
Oh, dang, he looked like a damn welfare gerbil. He was over here just like.
It was chocolate mushrooms that smelled like Parmesan cheese. He was eating it and it was foaming out of his mouth. I just put it in my mouth and drank it. I didn't deal with it. He wants to fucking chew it.
He wants to snack it all.
He thinks it's Anthony Bourdain. You got to swallow them drugs, dog. You can't be fucking
That's
around.
what I tried to do tonight, and that's why I puked up all over the floor, because you said you were making fun of me. You're like, just swallow that
Just
motherfucking
swallow
thing,
that
Lee.
motherfucking thing.
And it was like still a whole chunk, and my body just is like, I think my body is starting to fight back, because I wasn't getting that fucked up over the weekend.
Because you do them every night and you do little amounts. You got to go deep.
You got to get in there, bro.
1,800 by yourself.
Yeah, you got to get your bowels high, Lee.
I ain't 800. 800 don't do nothing for nobody.
Yes, it does. What are you
That's
talking
an
about?
appetizer in your world.
And first of all, no, I was doing over 1,000.
No, you weren't.
I was
I
too.
know you.
You got to get your bowels high, bro. I want to fucking. I want your shit to be scared.
so
That's how
funny.
high you got to get.
It's so funny. We were having a conversation before the podcast started about, about this is it. Like, I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around with an ice pack on their head going, what the fuck happened 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
Like, I went out to get 2 drinks and I ended up blowing 4 guys. And my asshole shut. You don't know what realm you get into, and when we spoke today, right off the bat, you were like, listen, dog, I'm trying to keep my life together. I'm a young dude. I'm good looking. I don't want to fade away, so I've been behaving myself. Was your main thing alcohol, and then you went crazy?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just ended up getting I ended up getting into drugs usually sometimes at night.
But drugs without the alcohol, or alcohol had to soften you up first?
I think I would just. That's a good question, man. Alcohol, having cocaine around, I just kind of like the smell of it. You know what I'm saying, bro?
What about meth? Nothing else up your nose?
Oh, no, nothing like that,
Nothing like
dude.
that.
We used to do back in the day, some dude came through the neighborhood, I remember, with some kind of, I don't know what, LSD suppository, some kind of suppositories, dude. People were doing, it was like just putting these like little, they were kind of, I don't want to say pink, they were kind of reddish looking little fucking throwing rainbow treats up your ass.
It's not manly enough if it's pink.
I mean, it was, and people was doing LSD suppositories. This dude had I remember he probably had about 400 of them. I don't know where he got them from, Germany or somewhere, Iceland or something. And to us, that was like, they got them from Saturn. We never even heard of that. Germany, we'll fucking do this. And people were doing acid, or whatever it was, doing the suppositories, I remember, for a while. So I liked psychedelics a little bit when I was younger. And what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened, man. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop partying.
If it's 2 in the afternoon and you ain't high, go fuck yourself. Get out of my face. I want you around me like I want cancer in my ball sack. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna come around here looking at me with your fucking wide eyes, thinking that I'm gonna reform. Go fuck yourself. My morning starts at 5:30 a.m. Either you're there or you're square. You know what I'm saying?
Do I miss it first? Oh, big boy, I love you so much. Boy, I love you. I love you. Hey, man, you been all right? You haven't been no material, buddy. Anybody say anything? No. He needs to do something. He's boring. I said you're boring, buddy.